Chapter 1. Why is this happening? Have I traveled to a fake, untainted land? In the primitive forest, Feng Zichen was running for his life. Behind him, a ferocious beast with a murderous aura was closing the distance between them. I'm not a Khanate godfiend after traveling to the untainted land, but why can't I even find a Khanate godfiend? Feng Zichen complained in his heart as he dodged the beast's pursuit. That's right, Feng Zichen was a Huaxia traveler from the modern world. At first, Feng Zichen was filled with excitement when he learned that he was in the untainted land. After all, this was the untainted land. There were countless Khanate spiritual treasures and heavenly materials and earthly treasures everywhere, which could easily make one immortal. But later, when Feng Zichen learned about his own situation, he couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. As everyone knew, the untainted land was a world where birth determined one's destiny. All the great mediums were born as Khanate godfiends, and even their disciples were born as Khanate godfiends. And Feng Zichen was born in the 10th generation of the human race, the first living being in the acquired realm in the untainted land, and the weakest living being in the untainted land. His birth lowered the level of the untainted land and set a new low in the untainted land, letting the untainted land know about the existence of the acquired realm. After all, before Feng Zichen was born, there were 8 major realms in the untainted land: Khanate, Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, Xian Immortal, Golden Immortal, Daluo Jinxian, Sage-to-be, and Sage. After he was born, there was an additional acquired realm before the Khanate realm, which made the untainted land's history. It had only been a few thousand years since Emperor Enviwa became a sage, and the untainted land was about to usher in its heyday, when the Khanate Qi was the most active. All living beings in the untainted land were either descendants of Khanate godfiends or created by the Khanate Qi. They were soaked in the Khanate Qi every day, and the lowest they were born was the Khanate realm. However, human beings were different. Human beings were created by Emperor Enviwa by mixing the 3 light divine water with the life soil of 9 heavens and adding her own blood essence. However, the Sangguang godly water, the living soil of 9 heaven, and the blood essence of Empress were all innate sacred items. Although the first generation of humans were born postnatally, they belonged to the innate realm instead of postnatally. Unfortunately, the legacy of Empress Hua came to an end after 9 generations. After Emperor Enviwa became a saint, she was in a hurry to establish a great 1,000 world in outer space. Therefore, she left after placing the newborn human clan on the East Sea. Except for the first generation of human beings created by Emperor Nuwa herself, the rest of the human beings had yet to gain intelligence. They were ignorant and acted according to their instincts. The coast of the East Sea was vast and rich in resources. Humans lived here. When they were thirsty, they drank mountain spring water, and when they were hungry, they ate wild fruit. They didn't have to worry about making a living, and had nothing to do all day. Driven by their instincts, a group of primitive people began to create humans in broad daylight. Just like that, the second generation of humans was born. It was as if history was repeating itself. The second generation of humans began the life of the first generation of humans. The third generation, the fourth generation. It was the same for generations after generations, until the Z clan covered themselves with leaves and animal skins to keep out the cold. The Cho clan built their nests with wood. The Swerin made fire by drilling wood. The human race gained intelligence and began to feel ashamed. Only then did they end this life. However, after 9 generations, the innate Qi in the human race's body was exhausted. After the 10th generation of humans was born, that is, after Feng Zichen was born, the innate Qi in their bodies was completely transformed into postnatally Qi. At this point, the human race no longer had an innate body. After gaining intelligence, the human race faced a new problem. How could they survive with so many clansmen? In the Eldritch world, the strong preyed on the weak. The human race was large in number and weak in strength. Naturally, they became the prey of the other clans. For a time, countless clansmen died. Feng Zichen was unfortunately targeted by a ferocious beast on his way out in search of food. As the weakest creature in the Eldritch world, he was of course no match for the ferocious beast in the Eldritch world. The ferocious beast roared. Tired of the game of cat and mouse, it suddenly sped up and pounced on Feng Zichen. At this time, Feng Zichen was suddenly tripped by a protruding stone on the ground, and fell to the ground. The ferocious beast ran over him and hit the tree head-on. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng Zichen quickly got up from the ground, took out 2 stones with sparks on them, and threw them at the ferocious beast. These 2 stones contained the power of merit and were very extraordinary. In a few hits, the ferocious beast was smashed to death. Feng Zichen kicked the ferocious beast's corpse a few times to vent his anger. Only then did he carry the corpse and stride back to the human tribe. Serene drilled wood to make fire and lit the fire of civilization for the human tribe. He created the first surname of the human tribe, Feng. With this, he established the Serene tribe. Before Feng Zichen returned to the tribe, Serene appeared in front of him and asked with concern, "Zichen, are you hurt?" "Greetings, Emperor Sui." Seeing Serene, Feng Zichen hurriedly put down the ferocious beast's corpse and bowed. "I'm fine." "Didn't I tell you that your food will be provided by the tribe? Why did you go out to hunt? What if you encounter danger?" Serene pointed at the ferocious beast's corpse and was somewhat puzzled. "Emperor Sui, don't worry. I was born with great luck and have the protection of merit. Misfortune can turn into fortune. I'll be fine." Feng Zichen's voice was full of confidence. He was not bragging. He really had great luck. Today, he suddenly fell down because of his luck. Feng Zichen's birth added a new realm to heaven and earth, the acquired realm. Therefore, when he was born, heaven and earth changed color, the laws of nature roared, the sound of Tao was endless, and golden flowers floated down. It was the way of heaven that sensed the birth of a new realm. Heaven and earth were further improved, and it bestowed Xianhuang merit. In the future, whenever someone reached the acquired realm, he would receive a trace of luck. It was also because his birth was too shocking that Serene believed that Feng Zichen was a natural-born saint who would lead the human tribe to prosperity. Therefore, he brought Feng Zichen to his side and taught him personally. If not for that, Feng Zichen would have died long ago. After him, many 10 generations of humans were born, but in the end they all died early because of their weak bodies. In addition, Feng Zichen invented the Firestone method in order to maintain his image as a natural-born saint. He also received some merit from heaven and earth. The 2 merit Firestones came from this. Nonsense. There are many people in heaven and earth who have merit and luck. How many of them live to the end? Seeing him like this, Serene could not help but say in a deep voice, "You rely on the protection of merit and take risks everywhere. Sooner or later, you'll be like them." Sensing that Serene was a little angry, Feng Zichen did not dare to be rude. He hurriedly promised, "Emperor Sui, don't worry. I won't run around in the future." Serene nodded with satisfaction and flew back to the tribe with him. Over the years, Feng Zichen's performance made him feel that Feng Zichen was sent by heaven to prosper the human tribe. Therefore, he was more concerned about Feng Zichen's safety. Chapter 2. Sigh. Sitting cross-legged on the boulder, Feng Zichen heaved a long sigh. His heart was full of sorrow. He was about to die. If nothing unexpected happened, he would die of old age in 90 years. In this era where reincarnation had not appeared, Feng Zichen was not an immortal and did not have the ability to reincarnate. If he died, he would really die. Postnatal creatures had a limited lifespan. If they did not enter the innate stage, they would only have a lifespan of 100 years. In Feng Zichen's previous life, 100 years was considered a long life. But here, in the primitive world, where the unit of time was measured in 10,000 years, It was somewhat insignificant, especially those powerful people, who often went into seclusion for 1,000,000 years. 100 years was just a blink of an eye to them, but 100 years was Feng Zichen's life. Moreover, since the creation of the world by Pangu, countless creatures had died, but he had never heard of anyone dying because of the exhaustion of their lifespan. Death was not a big deal. After all, he had died once. But it was unbearable to become a joke in the primitive world after death. Taking a deep breath, Feng Zichen swallowed the innate qi into his stomach and tried to refine it. Unfortunately, as he exhaled, the innate qi flowed out. Damn the postnatal body. Do the heavens really want me to die? Cursing bitterly, Feng Zichen maliciously thought that the heavens deliberately wanted to kill him. At present, the innate qi was rich, and the postnatal realm existed in name only. But Feng Zichen, who knew the development of the future, knew that after the Great Magi-Demon War, the postnatal realm would replace the innate realm and become the first realm of cultivation. At that time, as the founder of the postnatal realm, Feng Zichen would be able to prove the Daluo path by lying down with the support of endless luck. If he worked hard, it would not be a dream for him to become a sage-to-be. And as long as Feng Zichen died, the luck would return to the hands of the heavens. If he had not transmigrated, the original number 1 postnatal realm person would have been killed by the heavens. Feng Zichen became suspicious of the heavenly Tao and blamed all the evil deeds on the heavenly Tao. For a moment, he became more and more disrespectful to the heavenly Tao. At this moment, in Feng Zichen's mind, a purple Taoist seal shone faintly, sweeping away his distracting thoughts and restoring his clarity. After waking up, Feng Zichen felt a little scared. This was the untainted land, and the way of heaven had a spirit. He hurriedly looked around and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no heavenly punishment. Feng Zichen focused all of his attention on the seal of Tao in his spiritual ocean and started to stare blankly. The purple seal was called the Hong Meng Tao seal. It was a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Since Feng Zichen came to the untainted land, this seal had appeared in his sea of consciousness. For the past 10 years, whenever he had free time, he would stare at the Hong Meng Tao seal. However, apart from discovering that the seal could keep one awake, he did not discover anything else. Could it be that postnatal lifeforms could only cultivate after Taoist Tai Ching started talking about the great Tao of the Golden Core? Emperor Hua had only attained the Tao for 1,000 years. By the time Taoist Tai Ching came to the human race and started talking about the great Tao of the Golden Core, it would be tens of thousands of years. By then, he would probably have turned into ashes. Feng Zichen's heart was filled with indignation. A postnatal body seemed out of place in this era that belonged to connate lifeforms. Bathing in the connate qi, Feng Zichen thought that his physical body should sublimate on its own and get closer to the connate body. However, the reality was that as a postnatal body, the connate qi did not even bother to get close to him. Even if he absorbed it into his body, he could not refine it and could only watch it flow out of his body. On the other hand, Feng Zichen could not cultivate the cultivation techniques that Emperor Sui and the others created for their clansmen because their cultivation techniques used the Yin spirit to control the connate qi and strengthen the Yin spirit to nourish the body. The Yin spirit was born from the combination of the soul and the connate qi in one's body. Only those in the connate realm could condense it. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not have it. Refine essence into qi, qi into spirit, spirit into the void, and Tao into the void. Those words were the memories that Feng Zichen brought back from the future. They contained the cultivation concepts of the primordial world, and Taoist Tai Ching's golden core Tao was derived from them. Feng Zichen originally thought that he could use them to shine, but reality slapped him hard in the face. He could not even do the most basic thing of drawing qi into his body, let alone cultivate. Do I have to wait for death? After a long sigh, Feng Zichen prepared to go back to eat. In this primordial world that was full of discrimination, only delicious food could bring him warmth. The ferocious beasts that he hunted today were enough for him to eat for a few days. As for why he did not share it with his clansmen, that was because they did not want it. Any adult in the clan could hunt a Khanate realm ferocious beast. Furthermore, Feng Zichen was the weakest in the entire human race. Who would have the cheek to share his things? The primitive people who had just gained sentience still retained their simple nature. They were afraid that Feng Zichen would encounter threats outside, and did not even let him go out to hunt. Instead, they took the initiative to send him food. Feng Zichen secretly remembered those actions. However, as a person with ambition, how could he be willing to just eat and wait for death? Therefore, every once in a while, he would sneak out and hunt some ferocious beasts with his merit. Taking out a polished stone, Feng Zichen cut open the ferocious beast meat and placed it in a clay pot that he had prepared beforehand to cook it. Feng Zichen used mud to make this pot, and he did not use any of his dermic powers throughout the process. Therefore, after the clay pot was born, merit fell from the heavens and flew into his and the clay pot's body. After a while, the meat was cooked and Feng Zichen could not wait to eat it. Eating was the only way he could improve in the 10 years since he came to the primordial world. It was also the motivation that supported him to live. After swallowing the ferocious beast meat, a warm current rose from Feng Zichen's stomach and flowed to his entire body, constantly strengthening his body. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen was a mortal after all. He reached his limit after eating a little and could not eat any more. Every time after eating, Feng Zichen would hate himself for not living up to expectations and not eating much. According to this eating method, he might not succeed in reaching the Khanate realm even if he ate until he died. However, he had no other choice. Other than eating, he could not find any other way to improve. After tidying up, Feng Zichen ran out and prepared to do intense exercise to accelerate the consumption of energy in his body so that he could continue eating. As soon as he walked out of the cave, Feng Zichen saw a group of people not far away. He did not know what they were doing. Seeing Feng Zichen, someone in the crowd shouted, "Zichen, come and take a look. Chao Huang and the others have caught a Kailan alive." Kailan? This was a legendary mythical beast. Feng Zichen had been in the primordial world for so long, but he had not seen what a mythical beast looked like. With curiosity in his heart, he hurried over. Looking up, Feng Zichen saw a mythical beast with the head of a dragon, the body of a serpent and the tail of a dragon. However, there was something wrong with this mythical beast. A Kailan was supposed to be an auspicious beast with a holy aura. However, this Kailan was emitting a strong evil aura, which was more frightening than ordinary ferocious beasts. Chapter 3. No wonder Chao Huang dared to capture the Qilin. It had degenerated into a ferocious beast. Looking at the Qilin's murderous aura, Feng Zichen knew that it had been corrupted by the murderous aura and had lost its intelligence. It was no longer an auspicious beast and had become a ferocious beast hated by heaven and earth. If not for that, Chao Huang and the rest would not have dared to capture the Qilin. After all, the Qilin was an auspicious beast. Killing it was ominous and would damage one's luck. Feng Zichen looked at it for a while and decided to leave. The Qilin was at least a heavenly immortal. It could kill him with a single breath. Usually, he would stay far away from such creatures. If it was not unconscious, Feng Zichen would not go near it. Just as he was about to leave, the Hong Meng Dao seal in his mind suddenly flickered and guided him to the Qilin. Feng Zichen was excited when he felt the Hong Meng Dao seal's reaction. It had been 10 years. The Hong Meng Dao seal had finally reacted. Was his golden finger about to be activated? Feng Zichen quickly followed the guidance of the Hong Meng Dao seal and placed his hand on the Qilin beast. He felt a cold sensation when he touched it. Then, a chill mixed with a chaotic aura flowed along his arm and attacked his mind. In his mind, the Hong Meng Dao seal glowed faintly. The chaotic aura that invaded his mind was wiped out before it could do anything. Feng Zichen could not help but shudder. Fortunately, he had the Hong Meng Dao seal to protect him. Otherwise, the chaotic aura would have destroyed his intelligence and turned him into a monster that only knew how to destroy. The vibration from his fingertips pulled Feng Zichen back from his thoughts and made him focus on the Qilin beast. The Qilin was lying on the ground and breathing unconsciously. The Kanate Qi around it flowed into its body and spread to its limbs and bones. Feng Zichen was a little envious as he watched. This was the scene he had been dreaming of, breathing in and out innate qi to strengthen his body. Unfortunately, what he couldn't do no matter how hard he tried was just an instinct for the Qilin. Listening to the Qilin's breathing, Feng Zichen seemed to hear a certain rhythm. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that as the Qilin breathed in and out, its scales opened and closed, its flesh and blood trembled incessantly, and its body emitted thunderous sounds. The trembling he felt earlier was caused by the Qilin's breathing. Inexplicably, Feng Zichen began to breathe according to the Qilin's rhythm, and a soft sound came from his body. In his sea of consciousness, strands of merit qi surged toward the Hong Meng Dao seal. The Hong Meng Dao seal absorbed the qi of virtue and emitted a faint purple light, illuminating Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness. In a trance, Feng Zichen felt as if he had turned into a Qilin and was breathing according to a special rhythm. A strange feeling emerged in his mind. In the outside world, when the Hong Meng Dao seal glowed, Feng Zichen's breathing rhythm changed. It was similar to the Qilin's breathing rhythm, but there were slight differences. It was these differences that made this breathing rhythm more suitable for him. When Feng Zichen finished adjusting his breathing rhythm, he felt unprecedentedly relaxed. His whole body was glowing. His stomach was contracting rapidly, and a warm current was spewing out. It was the vicious beast meat he had just eaten, and it was being digested quickly. His blood was flowing rapidly, and the energy spewing out from his stomach flowed to every part of his body. Rumble! A thunderous sound was heard. Feng Zichen's bones were vibrating violently, urging his body to absorb the energy faster. Especially his spleen, it was emitting a yellow light, and there was a faint image of a Qilin jumping around. Feng Zichen's change attracted the attention of many people. Everyone was looking at him with worried eyes, not knowing whether the change in his body was good or bad. Sueren's figure flashed, and he appeared beside Feng Zichen with a dignified expression. He focused his senses for a moment, and only then did he let out a long breath and relax. Although Sueren didn't know what caused Feng Zichen's change, he sensed that this change was developing in a good direction, and it was extremely beneficial for Feng Zichen. Therefore, he waved his hand to disperse the crowd, and silently guarded Feng Zichen's side. After a while, Feng Zichen was awakened by a sense of hunger, and he couldn't help but stop the breathing rhythm. Hungry, so hungry! After waking up, a huge sense of hunger came. Feng Zichen's stomach was growling. He wanted nothing more than to eat the Qilin in front of him alive. Beside him, Sueren heard the growling from Feng Zichen's stomach. He smiled, took out a spiritual fruit, and handed it to him. Feng Zichen didn't notice Sueren until now. He didn't have time to salute, but quickly grabbed the spiritual fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. A huge amount of energy spread in his body, greatly alleviating his hunger. Feng Zichen moaned a few times in satisfaction. "Emperor Sui, why are you here?" Feng Zichen asked, coming back to his senses. "Is there anything wrong with your body?" Sueren didn't answer his question, but asked with concern. At the mention of this, Feng Zichen immediately became excited. He said excitedly, "Emperor Sui, I'm fine. I've found a way to become stronger." Look, as he spoke, Feng Zichen practiced the Qilin breathing rhythm in front of Sueren. When Feng Zichen first came to the Untainted Land, he was muddle-headed for 3 years. During these 3 years, it was Sueren who had been taking care of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived as a baby. Therefore, He respected Serene very much and had a very close relationship with him. As he practiced the breathing rhythm, Feng Zichen's whole body trembled and glowed. His blood flowed faster, and there was even a gurgling sound. The spiritual fruit he had just eaten was quickly refined and turned into heat that spread to his limbs and bones, gradually strengthening Feng Zichen's body. Serene looked at this scene in amazement, and his heart was full of disbelief. Of course, he knew that Feng Zichen couldn't cultivate. For this reason, he had thought of many ways, but none of them worked. Finally, he heard that there were countless rare treasures in the Dragon Palace, so he planned to go to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea in a few years to ask for the spiritual fruit and forcibly improve Feng Zichen's state. He didn't expect that he would come up with a way by himself. He was indeed an innate saint. The breathing rhythm was of great significance to the human race. If the human race wanted to reproduce, it was inevitable that there would be 10 generations of humans. However, as postnatal creatures, the 10 generations of humans couldn't adapt to the congenital environment, and most of them died prematurely. Now, Feng Zichen had created the breathing rhythm, which could strengthen the postnatal human race step by step. It could be said that he had saved the future of the human race. As the patriarch of the human race, Serene naturally understood the importance of the breathing rhythm to the human race. After receiving the breathing rhythm from Feng Zichen, Serene urged him to practice well and left in a hurry. Feng Zichen returned to his cave residence excitedly, planning to finish the rest of the vicious beast meat. The essence of the breathing rhythm was to accelerate one's metabolism and extract energy from food to strengthen the body. Therefore, the more one ate, the faster one's strength would improve. Chapter 4. Under the morning sun, Feng Zichen began to circulate his breathing technique. Thunder rumbled from his body as his entire body glowed. His internal organs were even more dazzling. His heart emitted a red light as if it was burning. The figure of a vermilion bird was faintly discernible. His spleen emitted a yellow light that looked extremely dense. The figure of a qilin could be vaguely seen. His lungs emitted a white light that emitted a sharp aura. The figure of a white tiger appeared. His kidneys emitted a black light with a gentle aura that formed the shape of a tortoise and a snake. His liver emitted a green light that was full of vitality. A green dragon was swimming in it. As Feng Zichen breathed, his internal organs trembled violently as if they had formed some kind of connection. His internal organs were connected to each other as the 5-colored light rotated endlessly. A strong suction force was emitted from Feng Zichen's body. Rays of sunlight were sucked into his body and strengthened his internal organs. It had been a year since Feng Zichen comprehended the breathing technique from the qilin. In the past year, Feng Zichen did not hesitate to consume a large amount of merit points. With the help of the primordial seal, he had successively comprehended the vermilion bird breathing technique, white tiger breathing technique, black tortoise breathing technique, and azure dragon breathing technique. Feng Zichen lived in an era of information explosion in his previous life. He had some understanding of yin and yang and the 5 elements. For example, the 5 elements contained all things, and the rotation of the 5 elements gave birth to the opportunity of creation. This knowledge made him understand that the gathering of the 5 elements was a great creation. As weak as he was, he naturally could not find the 5 elements' spiritual objects. However, he knew that the 5 internal organs of the human body corresponded to the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The qilin breathing technique could be comprehended from the qilin. The other breathing techniques could also be comprehended from the beast. The 5 elements' divine beasts were the divine beasts of heaven and earth. Their strength and background were extremely powerful. The human race would never dare to provoke them. In the vast wilderness, encountering a fallen qilin was already a great stroke of luck. To encounter 4 qilins of different attributes was as difficult as Feng Zichen ascending to heaven. However, there was always a way out. The four divine beasts suppressed the four poles of heaven and earth. Their figures were engraved in heaven and earth. All living beings of the same species had their bloodline. With the help of serene, Feng Zichen comprehended the four symbols breathing technique from the tiger, sparrow, turtle, and flood dragon. Sure enough, when the five elements were formed, good fortune immediately appeared. His internal organs emitted a five-colored light that connected with each other, forming the cycle of the five elements. The five elements cycled back and forth, forming a Tao furnace inside Feng Zichen's body. It absorbed the essence of the sun, drew the essence of the moon, and used the five elements as fire to refine the essence of the sun and moon to strengthen his body. Feng Zichen, who had already reached his limit, immediately activated the innate spirit from his mother's womb with the help of the essence of the sun and moon. Pangu's true spirit dissipated between heaven and earth. Therefore, all living beings in the primordial world, be it connate or postnatal, had connate spirit. The difference between pre-celestial and pre-celestial was that the nascent divinity of pre-celestial beings was derived directly from the pre-celestial spirit, while the pre-celestial beings only had a tiny trace of the pre-celestial spirit, which was hidden deep within their bodies. The innate spirit fused with the essence of the sun and moon, and instantly grew bigger. Then, it rushed towards Feng Zichen's navel. Boom! Feng Zichen heard a deafening sound as if heaven and earth were splitting apart. Streams of connate qi flowed through Feng Zichen's navel into his body and opened up a divine sea. When the fetus was in the mother's womb, the mother would connect with the fetus through the umbilical cord to provide it with nutrients. This connection would only be cut off after the fetus was born. Now, the connate spirit in Feng Zichen's body had opened up his navel and established a connection with heaven and earth. It was equivalent to treating heaven and earth as the mother body and himself as the fetus. The connate qi was nourishing him with heaven and earth. Feng Zichen's navel was glowing, and there was the sound of huge waves. This was a phenomenon that appeared when the divine sea was successfully opened up. When the divine sea was formed, a suction force came and pulled Feng Zichen's consciousness in. Looking at it, the divine sea was empty. There was only a life spring that was spurting out water to fill the divine sea. Unknowingly, a message appeared in Feng Zichen's mind, allowing him to understand the cultivation of the divine sea level. As the divine sea was filled to the brim with life springs, that was the cultivation process of the divine sea. Suddenly, 3 beams of light shot out from the life spring and floated in the air. One of them was extremely holy and filled with endless power of creation. It formed the image of a god with a human head and a snake body. The other one was extremely thick and heavy. It formed the image of a god with a human body and a snake tail. It had 7 hands behind its back and 2 in front of its chest. It was holding a flying snake with both hands. The last one was dazzling. The sun, the moon, and the stars appeared together and formed the image of a god with a purple crown on his head and a jade scepter in his hand. However, this god's face was blurry and not as clear as the other 2. Is this asking me to choose my own path? Looking at the 3 gods in the air, Feng Zichen murmured to himself. The human race was formed from the living soil of the 9 heavens, the triple light sacred water, and the blood of Empress Hua. Now that Feng Zichen had stepped onto the path of cultivation, the only way to improve was to get rid of the acquired body and go against the innate body. The divine sea opened and the life spring appeared. It activated the 3 innate auras in Feng Zichen's body, allowing him to choose one to cultivate and evolve the innate body. The life spring was very considerate. Not only did it activate the innate aura, but it also showed Feng Zichen the future and showed him the ultimate achievement of the great path. One was the path of creation. He would become the god of creation, Nuwa. One was the path of earth. He would become the god of earth, Hutu. One was the path of stars. He would become the master of stars, great Emperor Ziwei. Without hesitation, Feng Zichen chose the path of stars. The sky above the divine sea showed clearly that someone had already proven the path of creation and the path of earth. Unless they died in the future, Tai would be the end of the road if he chose these two paths. He would never be able to prove his path to Daluo. Nuwa had become a saint and was immortal. Huda would become reincarnated not long after. She would also be immortal. These two paths had long been blocked. Great Emperor Ziwei's face was blurry. It was obvious that no one had proven their path to the stars. As long as Ziwei did not appear, the sun and the moon reigned supreme. Now that he thought about it, Dijun was the master of heaven and earth. He ruled the primitive stars as the master of the sun. How could he let Ziwei's star give birth to a god and create trouble for himself? When great Emperor Ziwei appeared and competed with him for the position of the Master of Stars, it would be troublesome. Moreover, as a person of the future, Feng Zichen knew that great Emperor Ziwei would only appear after he became a god. He would be replaced by Jibokeo, a mortal. He couldn't be inferior to a mortal, right? With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen merged with the Qi of Stars. When the other two auras saw this, they shattered and merged with the Qi of Stars, strengthening it. Brilliant light emitted from Feng Zichen's body. A rumbling sound came from his divine sea. His life spring transformed into the star attribute. The surrounding innate Qi surged toward him, helping him stabilize his realm. He was no longer as dismissive as before. It was also at this moment that Feng Zichen suddenly felt an incomparably large, majestic, and emotionless gaze staring at him. This was the heavenly path. Chapter 5. Feng Zichen had opened up his divine sea and stepped onto the path of cultivation. The heavenly Tao sensed that someone had opened up a path of cultivation for the postnatal lifeforms. It lowered its gaze and gave him a test. Cultivation was to seize the opportunity of heaven and earth to nourish oneself. It was against the will of the heavens. Now that a new path had appeared, it naturally had to be tested. If one passed the test, the new system would exist in the world. If one failed, their body and soul would be destroyed, and everything would come to an end. Thunder rumbled, and the clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Dark clouds gathered above Feng Zichen's head, enveloping the surrounding dozens of miles. The tribulation clouds were pitch black and did not show any signs. Sometimes lightning flashed, and sometimes thunder rumbled, as if it wanted to destroy everything. This was a heavenly punishment, not a heavenly tribulation. Before the witch-demon cataclysm, there was no heavenly tribulation, only heavenly punishment. In the current world, there were postnatal lifeforms everywhere. They were born from the heavens and earth, and were the manifestation of the great Tao. They were all people with deep roots, so how could there be a heavenly tribulation? The heavenly tribulation was set after the birth of the postnatal lifeforms. The heavenly Tao felt that the postnatal lifeforms had deep roots, insufficient morals, and uneven aptitude. It was specially set to eliminate those with weak root. Sensing the terrifying aura above his head, Feng Zichen's face turned green. This was asking him to die. He had only felt such a terrifying aura from the heaven immortal race. He was a small cultivator who was not even a connate stage cultivator. In this world, he was not even an ant. How could he stand shoulder to shoulder with a heaven immortal and face a heavenly punishment at the level of a heaven immortal? Just as Feng Zichen was in despair, the Qi of merit in his body suddenly shone brightly, illuminating him like a golden god. The heavenly Tao sensed the rich Qi of merit and reduced the power of the heavenly punishment. Whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind blew, and the dark clouds in the sky quickly dissipated. After a while, only a few dozen feet of dark clouds were left. Rumble! Silver lightning flashed in the dark clouds, carrying a terrifying aura. At this moment, Feng Zichen's heart was at ease, and his face was full of smiles. Although the heavenly punishment's aura was still terrifying, its power had been reduced to an acceptable level. Rumble! Feng Zichen's vision was silver. A bolt of silver lightning struck his head. first, there was a wave of numbness, followed by a wave of tearing pain. When the lightning entered his body, it didn't help him temper his body as Feng Zichen had imagined. Instead, it destroyed his body and extinguished his life force. His 5 viscera were glowing with multicolored light. They rotated endlessly within Feng Zichen's body and formed a furnace. The lightning energy within his body was drawn in, suppressed, and refined. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, another 3 bolts of lightning struck down. Feng Zichen's body cracked open, and blood gushed out like a fountain. His internal organs seemed to have been ignited, emitting flames that surged toward the furnace. With the support of the 5 viscera, the furnace shook intensely. Streaks of lightning energy were refined, turning into innate essence that replenished the 5 viscera. The light from his 5 viscera became even more resplendent. A streak of red qi appeared in his heart, a streak of yellow qi appeared in his spleen, a streak of white qi appeared in his lungs, a streak of green qi appeared in his liver, and a streak of black qi appeared in his kidneys. Sensing Feng Zichen's dangerous situation, the 5 qi trembled violently and flew out from his 5 viscera. They condensed above his head and formed a canopy. The canopy was faintly discernible and extremely unreal, as if it would scatter with a gust of wind. Even so, it still blocked 3 bolts of lightning for Feng Zichen before shattering. The 5 qi shattered and reformed in Feng Zichen's 5 viscera. After being baptized by the lightning, the 5 qi became even more powerful. They formed a giant handprint above his head and blasted towards the descending lightning. With a shocking explosion, the giant handprint and the lightning were destroyed together. The 5 qi shattered and transformed into an emperor's throne in the air, suppressing the last bolt of lightning within Feng Zichen's body. At this point, 9 bolts of lightning descended and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Feng Zichen had passed the heavenly punishment. After passing the heavenly punishment, the heavenly Tao acknowledged the emergence of a new system and bestowed boundless merit. For a moment, auspicious clouds appeared in the sky and golden flowers scattered down. Boundless qi of black and yellow merit gathered. Spiritual springs gushed out from the ground and golden lotuses bloomed. Several earth veins converged. The sound of Tao rumbled between heaven and earth. The great Tao manifested and the laws appeared in front of Feng Zichen, helping him deduce the path ahead. A light flashed, and all kinds of strange scenes appeared in Feng Zichen's eyes. He saw his future self rolling in the deity ocean, setting off boundless giant waves that surged towards the sky above the deity ocean with monstrous momentum. The giant waves surged out from the deity ocean, opening all the meridians and acupoints in his body. They merged with his soul and formed the Yin spirit. The Yin spirit ignited the true fire and became the Yang spirit. The Yang spirit merged with the void and became the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit merged with the Tao and became the Tai Tao. Tai? Is this my highest achievement in the future? In a trance, Feng Zichen muttered to himself. Then, a strong sense of unwillingness rose from the bottom of his heart. In the untainted land, even the carefree Daluo couldn't become a sage, let alone a sage. Feeling the unwillingness in Feng Zichen's heart, the Hong Meng Dao seal in his sea of consciousness shone brightly, illuminating his sea of consciousness purple. Boundless qi of merit surged into Feng Zichen's body. The injuries he suffered under the heavenly punishment were quickly recovering. In the deity ocean, the life spring was expanding rapidly, spewing out more divine liquid. In an instant, the deity ocean was filled to the brim and reached the limit of the divine sea level. Starlight surged out from the depths of his blood, forming the shadow of a vast starry sky in front of him. Looking at the shadow of the starry sky in front of him, Feng Zichen had a bold idea. Pangu's body turned into heaven and earth, and his acupoints turned into the nodes of the earth spirit meridians. The acupoint spirits rose into the sky and turned into stars, resonating with the nodes of the earth spirit meridians. In that case, Why didn't he follow the movements of the stars and reconstruct his meridians, acupoints, and body? Since the meridians and acupoints of this body can't help me become a Daluo, then I'll use the star traces as my meridians and the stars as my acupoints to reconstruct my body. With a furious roar, Feng Zichen shattered all the meridians in his body. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain. Enduring the pain, he mobilized the power in his deity ocean to reconstruct his meridians. Feeling Feng Zichen's determination, the great Tao of heaven and earth changed, and the starry sky in the untainted land was formed. In the starry sky, countless stars shone brightly. Among them, there were 360 elements and 5 main stars. The stars moved slowly in the starry sky, intersecting with each other to form a path. With the help of the Hong Meng Dao seal, Feng Zichen sank into a deep state of enlightenment. The boundless starry sky shone on his body. Following the path of the stars, his dermic powers flowed quickly, opening up new meridians. His meridians and acupoints were reconstructed. Light spots appeared all over Feng Zichen's body. After a careful count, there were 365 light spots. Feng Zichen roared. All the acupoints in his body exploded with brilliant light, forming a mirror behind him, reflecting his soul. Endless star essence fell from the starry sky and gathered towards Feng Zichen, forming a divine fetus in his deity ocean. The innate spirit appeared again, fusing with his soul and entering the divine fetus. Chapter 6. In the vast starry sky, the North Star stood motionless in the middle of the sky, suppressing the other stars. When Feng Zichen's soul entered the divine embryo, the North Star silently dropped a strand of starlight into his divine embryo. In the divine sea, Feng Zichen was facing trouble. The divine embryo had just been formed, and baleful qi immediately rushed out from all parts of his body, wanting to fuse with it. This baleful qi came from the fierce beasts that Feng Zichen had eaten. The fierce beasts were filled with baleful qi from the chaos demon god, and could not be eaten too much. In order to become stronger quickly, Feng Zichen ate fierce beasts every day. Now, the consequences had come. Just as the baleful qi was about to fuse with the divine embryo, the North Star suddenly dropped, and the divine embryo shone with divine light, forcing the baleful qi back. Letting out a long breath, Feng Zichen woke up from his meditation. Looking around, he saw that the environment had changed. The originally ordinary small mountain had now produced a spirit vein. The spirit vein was still growing, and it would not be long before this mountain became a small spiritual land. Feng Zichen felt that he was in a very good state, and his body was full of vitality. Carefully sensing, even his lifespan had increased to 800 years. Although 800 years was nothing compared to the previous 100 years, there was no doubt that he had improved a lot, and there would be more opportunities in the future. In the Xiantian era, the heavenly Tao had too many restrictions on Hotian lifeforms. Before Feng Zichen could be happy for long, the heavenly punishment, no, the heavenly tribulation came. The first heavenly tribulation of the great desolate world came for the first Hotian lifeform. One could see the Xian Huang Qi of virtue gathering behind the heavenly tribulation. This time, the heavenly Tao did not give Feng Zichen a chance to react. Several bolts of lightning struck down, charring him black. The heavenly tribulation was a test set by the heavenly Tao, and its power was adjusted according to the target of the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly punishment was when the heavenly Tao wanted to kill, and its main purpose was to destroy. Thus, although Feng Zichen looked miserable, he did not suffer much damage. Dark clouds flashed in the sky, and several more bolts of lightning struck down. Feng Zichen's heart stirred. In an instant, the 5 qi appeared and formed a canopy, blocking all of the lightning. After breaking through to the divine embryo realm, the might of his 5 organs and 5 qi had become even stronger, and the canopy he had condensed had become even clearer. No matter how much the heavenly tribulation struck, it was unable to break through his defense. In the end, Feng Zichen even took the initiative to attack. His 5 qi transformed into a giant hand and grabbed at the thunder. He threw it into the furnace of his body and refined it into innate essence to strengthen himself. After 27 bolts of lightning, a strand of qi of creation fell into the divine fetus, and the heavenly tribulation ended. The divine embryo was nourished by the qi of creation, and its divine light became even brighter. Its baleful aura was forced to shrink into a ball. The qi of black and yellow virtues fell. This was the reward for triggering the first heavenly tribulation in the untainted land. It's finally over. After waiting for a long time, Feng Zichen finally relaxed after seeing that there were no more unforeseen events. As expected, compared to Xiantian lifeforms, Hotian lifeforms were like picked up from the street. When a Xiantian lifeform established the Tao, it was called perfecting the heavenly Tao and following the will of the heavens. Not only did heaven and earth congratulate him, but merit also descended upon him. There were no disasters or tribulations. When Hotian lifeforms established their Tao, they were going against heaven and committing treason. Although there was merit, they had to survive the heavenly tribulation first. If they couldn't, they would die and their Tao would be destroyed. Everything would become nothing. Today, if Feng Zichen didn't have the protection of merit, he definitely wouldn't have survived the heavenly tribulation. In the primitive forest, Feng Zichen was hunting a ferocious beast. Now that he had advanced to the Xiantian realm, he should go to the ancestral temple of the human race to worship Nuwa. Nuwa was the holy mother of the human race, so Feng Zichen naturally couldn't go empty-handed. To show his sincerity, he had to kill a ferocious beast with his own hands. At Nuwa's realm, a mere Xiantian ferocious beast was naturally nothing to her. She didn't even care about the offerings of the entire human race. The human race also understood this point. Therefore, their offerings to Nuwa were mainly based on their intentions. Everything else was just a formality. The ferocious beast that Feng Zichen was hunting was called the flame-tailed tiger. It got its name because it looked like a tiger and its tail was burning with flames. This flame-tailed tiger was Feng Zichen's enemy. Back then, the flame-tailed tiger's family of 3 chased him until he was exhausted. If Emperor Sui hadn't arrived in time, Feng Zichen would have been finished. Its parents were killed by Emperor Sui, and only this cub of the Xiantian realm survived. Now, Feng Zichen, who needed a ferocious beast, immediately thought of it. The family of 3 was so united that they chased after him. Feng Zichen didn't mind reuniting their family of 3. Roar. In the forest, the flame-tailed tiger kept roaring. Above its head, a giant 5-colored hand kept patting it, preventing it from getting close to the shameful human in the distance. Feng Zichen was depressed. He thought that he could show off his power after advancing to the Xiantian realm, but he couldn't even take down a ferocious beast. The flame-tailed tiger was at the peak of the Xiantian realm, while he had just entered the Xiantian realm. It was already very powerful for him to be able to suppress it, but he was still not satisfied. After a long time, Feng Zichen took out the clay pot used for cooking and shone it at the flame-tailed tiger. A golden light flew out and swept the flame-tailed tiger inside. Ever since the Divine Sea was opened, Feng Zichen was no longer the useless Xiantian realm cultivator who didn't have any Dharma power. Now, he could use Dharma power and activate spirit treasures. His merit spirit treasures could finally be put to good use. He took out any one of them and killed the flame-tailed tiger instantly. Feng Zichen shook the clay pot in his hand and saw the dumbfounded flame-tailed tiger inside. He nodded with satisfaction. The clay pot was a merit spirit treasure. It could only trap people but not hurt them. However, it could make the food more delicious and improve the quality of the food. After capturing the ferocious beast, Feng Zichen returned to the tribe and dealt with the flame-tailed tiger. Then, he went to the ancestral temple. The ancestral temple of the human clan was very simple and crude. It was completely made of stones. The main hall was empty, except for a statue of a goddess with a human body and a snake tail standing in the center. After putting the flame-tailed tiger on the altar, Feng Zichen knelt in front of the statue. After kowtowing a few times, he started to pray sincerely. Nuwa was the holy mother of the human clan and the founder of the human clan. As a member of the human clan, Feng Zichen knelt down and prayed to Nuwa. There was nothing wrong with that. In the outer chaos, Nuwa, who had just opened the Hua Huang heaven, had sent away many Taoists who had come to congratulate her and was resting in the Hua Huang palace. Suddenly, a special aura surged into her heart. She turned her eyes to the untainted land and looked in the direction of the human clan. Seeing the human clan, Goddess Nuwa frowned. She had thought that the human clan could welcome vigorous development with her name, but the result was far beyond her expectation. The human clan was in such a difficult situation. After thinking for a while, Nuwa waved her hand. A light curtain appeared out of nowhere and enveloped the territory of the human clan. Then, Nuwa turned her eyes to the ancestral temple of the human clan and looked at Feng Zichen. In the palace of Empress Nviwa, Goddess Nviwa smiled as if she had discovered something interesting. She pointed at Feng Zichen and then at the ancestral temple of the human clan. The ancestral temple of the human clan immediately changed. It shone with dazzling light and became bigger and bigger. Finally, a magnificent palace replaced the original stone hall. Chapter 7. A curtain of light suddenly appeared and shrouded the entire human territory, causing panic among the humans. The three leaders of the human race were about to get up to investigate when the ancestral temple changed again. With a flash of golden light, the ancestral temple changed from a simple stone hut to a splendid temple filled with golden light and auspicious qi. The humans around the ancestral temple didn't know what to do as they watched the changes in the ancestral temple. They didn't know what was happening. But then, as if they had thought of something, they were overjoyed and could not help but kneel toward the ancestral temple, shouting, "The Holy Mother has appeared! The Holy Mother has not forgotten us!" At first, their voices were weak and only a few people were shouting. But as more people noticed the changes in the ancestral temple, more and more humans joined in. For a moment, the humans were shouting in unison and the entire territory was filled with deafening noises, causing many experts who were cultivating here to be furious. Anger and resentment rose, and many of the experts sprouted malicious intent, wanting to teach the ants below a lesson. But before they could do anything, the curtain of light above the human territory flashed and expelled them from the territory. It turned out that Nuwa could not bear to see the humans in a difficult situation and specially set up a barrier to create a paradise for the humans. Within this barrier, outsiders were not allowed to harm the humans. Leaving aside those who were expelled from the barrier, the three leaders of the human race walked into the brand new ancestral temple. The ancestral temple was golden and dazzling as if it was made of glass. Inside, there was a fragrance and auspicious qi. In the middle of the temple stood a statue of a goddess with a human body and a snake tail, wearing a rainbow-colored feather robe. It was Nuwa. Under the statue, Feng Zichen knelt there in a daze. His heart was filled with shock, and he did not even notice the three leaders coming in. In the palace of Empress Hua, Nuwa pointed at Feng Zichen and a spiritual pearl appeared in his spirit sea. He sank his consciousness into the spiritual pearl and saw a jade book and a seven-colored ray of light floating in the air amidst the boundless innate qi. The rainbow light was the essence of yin and yang and the five elements. It was evolved from the chaotic qi when Nuwa created the Hua Emperor Heaven. The jade booklet was even more extraordinary. It recorded the supreme inheritance of the celestial sect of wonders, Big Dipper 36 transformations. That was the comprehensive collection of mystical abilities of the celestial sect that Tao ancestor Hong Jun had summarized when he was preaching in the Purple Cloud Palace, and combined the innate mystical abilities of the 36 connate saints. The spiritual bead was not simple either. It contained a boundless space, and innate qi flowed endlessly. Outside of it, specks of spiritual light were emitted from its surface. It was at least an innate spiritual object. Feng Zichen hesitated for a moment. He was only a little cultivator at the Xiantian realm, who hadn't even set foot on the Tao of immortality. How could he attract the attention of Her Highness Nuwa, and make her bestow these treasures to him? There is no such thing as love for no reason in this world. If there is, then she must be your biological mother. Obviously, Nuwa was not Feng Zichen's biological mother. Faced with such a precious treasure, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. But he couldn't figure out Nuwa's thoughts. His heart was full of misgivings. "Zichen, what's wrong with you?" Sueren's concerned voice came, waking Feng Zichen from his deep thoughts, and making him make up his mind. The things had already been delivered to him, and it was obvious that she didn't give him a chance to refuse. If he didn't take the bait, the consequences would be unimaginable. Besides, she was a saint who was invincible. He was just a postnatal living being who had just stepped on the path of cultivation. The gap between them was immeasurable. It was a great blessing to be chosen by her. He should cherish this opportunity. "I'm fine. It's just that Empress Hua suddenly showed up and gave me a blessing." Feng Zichen didn't mention the content of the blessing, and Sueren didn't ask. Everyone had their own secret. It would be annoying to get to the bottom of it. The treasure was given to him by Her Highness Nuwa. He didn't dare to give it to others. As for the Tiangang 36 transformations, it was the supreme inheritance of the Xianmen. The whole book was written with congenital Tao patterns. Feng Zichen could only understand congenital Tao patterns with the help of Nuwa. Sueren and the others couldn't understand the Tiangang 36 transformations even if Feng Zichen gave them. Since he couldn't give anything, he might as well not say anything. The future of the human race had changed with the protection of Nuwa. As the leader of the human race, he had to understand the situation of the human territory and discuss the future development of the human race. There were many things to do. So, the three of them bowed to the statue and left. Only Feng Zichen was left here to comprehend the Tiangang 36 transformations. After the light curtain rose, boundless evil spirits at the edge of the human territory near the East Sea shot up into the sky, turning the sky dark. In the evil spirits, a deep valley appeared. Clear sacred light gushed out from the deep valley, projecting images of a divine dragon, a phoenix, and a qilin in the sky. They intertwined with the evil spirits, forming a scene of gods and demons. Such a miraculous scene attracted the attention of the human masters. Sueren hurried over with his men. Before he got close, the monstrous evil spirits boiled and engulfed Sueren. At the critical moment, a bright light burst out from his body and forced the evil spirits to retreat. It was the merit of the people Tao in Sueren's body. It protected its master and he took the opportunity to escape. After leaving the valley, Sueren looked at the evil spirits floating outside the valley and felt his heart palpitate. He didn't have time to investigate the source of the clear sacred light in the valley. He hurriedly organized his men to evacuate the people near the valley. Then, he listed the place as a forbidden area and forbade the human race to come close. In the ancestral temple, Feng Zichen was reading the Tiangang 36 transformations and choosing a magic that was suitable for him to cultivate. The Tiangang 36 transformations, also known as the Tiangang 30 techniques, was called a cultivation method. In fact, it was a collection of magic. It recorded the cultivation methods of 36 kinds of magic. It was laughable for the later generations to pass down the supreme scripture of the celestial sect of wonders as the art of transformation. mediating good fortune, reversing yin and yang, shifting the stars, reversing the sun, summoning the wind and rain, shaking the mountains and shaking the earth, riding the clouds and riding the mist, rowing the river into a land, crossing the earth with golden light, overturning the river and stirring the sea, turning the earth into copper, 5 elements great escape, Liujia Chimen, reversing the future, shifting the rock of Whip Mountain, reviving the dead, flying body concealing the trace, taking chi in 9 breaths, deriving primordial yang, subduing the dragon and taming the tiger, mending the sky and bathing the sun, pushing the mountain and filling the sea, turning the stone into gold, standing shadowless, changing the shape of a fetus, changing the size of flowers, instant blooming, spirit controlling chi, seeing through walls, returning wind and returning fire, mastering the 5 thunder, diving abyss and shrinking the earth, flying sand and stone, holding the mountain and crossing the sea, scattering beans into soldiers, and nailing the head with 7 arrows. These 36 types of divine abilities corresponded to the Grand Tao of heaven and earth, and they contained the principles of the Grand Tao. They were all supreme divine abilities. Therefore, the difficulty of cultivation was obvious. Even if Feng Zichen had the help of the Hong Meng Dao seal, it was impossible for him to achieve success in one go. After browsing through it, Feng Zichen found 2 abilities that were most suitable for him at the moment. One was the great escape of the 5 elements, and the other was the reversal of yin and yang. These 2 were yin and yang and the 5 elements, and they could complement each other. In addition, Feng Zichen had the essence of yin and yang and the 5 elements that Goddess Nuwa had given him. It was just right for him to cultivate these 2 magic. Yin and yang and the 5 elements gave birth to all things. After learning these 2 magic, it would be much easier to learn other magic in the future. Chapter 8. The grand movement of the 5 elements didn't just record the movement techniques of the 5 elements, it even contained the immortal techniques of the 5 elements. These were the Daos of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and they were unfathomably profound and contained the principle of mutual promotion and restraint of the 5 elements. Feng Zichen followed the instructions in the book and circulated his magic power. Immediately, the 5 qi in his body seemed to come alive, connecting with the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Waves of 5 elements' power entered his body through the connection. With the help of the 5 elements, his internal organs glowed brightly as he connected with the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and Gauchen. What is Gauchen? The image of the North Star, whose real name was the Qilin, was located in the center. It ruled over the sun and belonged to the earth like the soaring serpent. The 5 great lunar mansions were the manifestation of the great Tao of the 5 elements in the starry sky. They could transform into the 5 elements' divine beasts. The 5 internal organs resonated with the 5 constellations, and illusory light spots appeared one after another. A total of 35 light spots appeared in the 5 internal organs. Starlight shone down from the 5 great mansions, and the illusory light spots immediately became real, shining brilliantly. His 5 qis suddenly shifted and turned into the images of the 5 elements' divine beasts. They flew out of his 5 viscera and into the divine embryo. The cultivation of the greater heaven stage was to light up one's acupoints, draw starlight, strengthen one's spirit, and nourish one's spirit. By lighting up 36 apertures, he could draw down 36 beams of starlight, which would bring the divine embryo one step closer. By now, Feng Zichen had already lit up 35 apertures. Seeing that he was only 1 aperture away from breaking through to the divine embryo realm, Feng Zichen took out a shred of innate yin-yang 5 elements essence and refined it into his body, activating the power of the 7 planets. The 7 luminaries represented the sun, the moon, and the 5 stars. They were the great yang, the great yin, the great star, the great white, the great star, 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 and the great star. The 7 luminaries represented the Tao of yin and yang and the 5 elements. The essence of innate yin, yang, and 5 elements was the essence of heaven and earth. After Feng Zichen refined it, the starlight from the 7 luminaries fell into his eyes and organs. Another 7 acupuncture points were lit up. Divine light of 5 different colors intertwined in his internal organs, forming a divine palace of 5 colors. Above the life spring, Feng Zichen's yin spirit was curled up in the divine fetus. 42 light spots appeared on his body, which was the projection of the stars. The divine embryo shuddered and rose into the divine hall. The power of the 5 elements was injected into the divine embryo, which grew stronger and stronger. Feng Zichen's yin spirit became more and more solid. A beam of spiritual light leapt out from his yin spirit, shining with the light of truth, illuminating the divine fetus. This was the light of true spirit, evolved from the innate spirit. It was the basis for the future evolution of true spirit. After stabilizing his cultivation, Feng Zichen stood up and left the ancestral shrine. Strolling along the path and breathing in the fresh morning air, Feng Zichen's heart was filled with joy. This feeling of growing stronger step by step was really good. Suddenly, the Ewood Azure Dragon Chi in Feng Zichen's body became restless, as if it had sensed a similar Chi. Activating the Ewood Azure Dragon Chi, Feng Zichen's eyes turned azure as he looked into the distance. The 5 viscera connected to the 5 orifices. The stronger Feng Zichen's 5 viscera were, the more mystical his ears, nose, mouth, eyes, and tongue were. As far as the eye could see, the dragon Chi in the air was vast and boundless. It carried a clear and holy aura as it rushed over. This is the dragon race? Feng Zichen was surprised and then frowned. This dragon Chi was extremely pure, and definitely not something an ordinary dragon race member could possess. It must have a great background. Why would a true dragon of such status come to human territory? The Azure Dragon Chi in Feng Zichen's body had undergone several baptisms, and its quality was extremely high. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the real Azure Dragon Chi. However, when facing this Dragon Chi, it seemed to be somewhat afraid. Even if Feng Zichen's low cultivation level was the reason, it still showed that this newcomer was not ordinary. After a while, Feng Zichen was somewhat relieved. In order to protect the human race, Her Highness Nuwa had set up a boundary around the human territory. With such a big movement, how could the dragon race, as the human race's neighbor, not come over to take a look? After all, Her Highness Nuwa was the first to become a sage after the Tao ancestor. Her every move, even if it was done casually, was full of deep meaning in some people's hearts. If Feng Zichen was not wrong with Nuwa's move, many mighty figures in the untainted land would spare some energy to pay attention to the human race. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen planned to go and welcome the dragon race messenger. Although the human race was weak, they still had to have the necessary etiquette. Feng Zichen's guess was right. When the dragon race saw the changes in the human race, they did intend to send a dragon to investigate. However, he had been in the untainted land for too short a time, and he had not adapted to the concept of time in the untainted land. In this era where 100 years was just the blink of an eye, by the time the dragon race was ready in all aspects and came to the human race, it would probably be 100 years later. In Feng Zichen's previous life, he had seen an illusion about the white dragon fish robe. In the past, when the white dragon in the sky went down to the cold abyss and turned into a fish, it was shot in the eye by the fisherman. The white dragon complained to the god of heaven. The god of heaven asked, "When the time comes, how will thou appear?" The white dragon replied, "When I descend into the cold abyss, I will turn into a fish." The god of heaven said, "Fish are killed by people. Since that is the case, what crime do I commit?" This was originally a fable to tell nobles that hiding one's identity would bring about unknown dangers. Unexpectedly, when he came to the untainted land, the fable became a reality. Looking at the white carp in the net in front of him, Feng Zichen smiled bitterly and shook his head. He really hoped that its parents and relatives were as open-minded and magnanimous as the celestial emperor in the fable. In his divine eyes, this was not a carp, but a white baby dragon. The dragon aura that Feng Zichen saw earlier came from this baby dragon. As for why it, as a baby dragon, was caught by the human race, it was all because of the fishing net on its body. That's right, this fishing net was also a merit spiritual treasure. It was made by Feng Zichen based on the memories of the future. Compared to the land, the underwater was much more dangerous. No one knew how many ferocious beasts were hiding in the water. In order to ensure the safety of the fishing clansmen, Feng Zichen would ask them to bring the merit spiritual net with them every time before they set off. This thing was the most effective against the creatures in the water. After taking the merit spiritual net from the clansmen, Feng Zichen waited for the clansmen to leave before releasing the white carp. There was a barrier set up by goddess Nuwa here. Even if the white dragon's cultivation was higher than his, it could not hurt him. After the white carp was released from the merit spiritual net, its body glowed with white light. With a shake of its body, it turned into a pure white true dragon with white clouds around its body. After showing its original form, the white dragon said angrily, "How dare you catch me? Aren't you afraid of the revenge of the dragon race?" The voice was high and deep, full of Tao meaning. It seemed to be in harmony with Tao, with an ancient and noble aura. This voice directly resounded in Feng Zichen's mind, so he naturally understood the meaning of this voice. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would not have understood it at all. This is Tao language. Feng Zichen's body shook, and he stared at the white dragon in disbelief. Tao language, the original language of the Eldritch Age, contained the true meaning of Tao. It was only passed down among the innate gods and demons, and only a few innate lifeforms learned it. But this white dragon knew it. Chapter 9. Bai Long's voice was full of majesty and aggressive as he questioned Feng Zichen. Unfortunately, the white dragon was a little immature, which meant that it was not old. Its rolling eyes revealed a little guilty conscience, which meant that it was not as calm as it looked. Seeing the white dragon trying to make a serious expression and maintain its dignified manner, Feng Zichen felt funny and could not help but tease it. "Don't be afraid. The human tribe was created by the Nuwa. She is a sage. Who dares to offend the human tribe in the vast untainted land?" This boast was a bit too much, but anyone with a bit of knowledge wouldn't believe it. In the untainted land there were many people who did not take the human tribe seriously. If the Nuwa's face was so useful, the demon tribe would not have massacred the human tribe on the eve of the great war of Witch Demon. However, such words were especially useful for people with noble status who did not know much about the world. Noble status meant that he knew the horror of a sage. Ignorant of the world meant that he was simple-minded and could not see the real relationship between the human tribe and the Nuwa. As expected, the white dragon panicked as soon as Feng Zichen finished his words. It opened its eyes wide and said in a trembling voice, "It's impossible. The human tribe is so weak. How could it have anything to do with the Nuwa?" Feng Zichen pointed to the top of his head and did not speak. Feeling the chi of fate in the light curtain above his head, the white dragon felt even more guilty. It tried to keep calm and shouted, "So what? I am the granddaughter of the ancestral dragon, the princess of the dragon tribe. If you kill me, the Nuwa will not be able to protect you." After that, the white dragon seemed to be encouraged. It stopped trembling and glanced at Feng Zichen proudly. Feng Zichen was really shocked. He knew that her identity was not simple, but he did not expect her to be so powerful. Fortunately, he found her early and saved her in time. She was the granddaughter of the ancestral dragon. If something happened to her in the human tribe would be finished. one should know that the ancestral dragon did not die. Instead, he had transformed into the azure dragon sacred beast to suppress the East Pole. While he was shocked, a question popped up in his head. The dragon clan ruled over the 4 seas and used to be the dominator of the world. They had countless treasures. As the granddaughter of the ancestral dragon, she should have a lot of treasures. How could she have been captured by the Merit's spiritual nexus? Also, why did she come to the human territory alone? Unless she was lying. Sensing the suspicion in Feng Zichen's eyes, the white dragon let out a long roar, and a boundless noble aura gushed out from her body, forming a scene of thousands of beasts worshipping the sky. Seeing this, Feng Zichen no longer had any doubts. She was definitely related to the ancestral dragon. The 10,000 beasts worshipping the heavens referred to when the ancestral dragon released his dragon might. The winds and clouds of the heaven and earth converged, and a vast emperor chi spread throughout the untainted land, receiving the worship of all living beings in the untainted land. For the dragon lady to be able to release such an aura, there was no doubt about her identity. Since you're the descendant of the ancestral dragon, you're an honored guest of the human race. Please forgive me for my rudeness earlier. The dragon race and the human race were neighbors. It was beneficial for the human race to contact the dragon race through the identity of this dragon. Hence, Feng Zichen's attitude became more cordial. It's good that you know. The white dragon saw the change in Feng Zichen's attitude and became more arrogant. She swayed her tail and said proudly, "Looking at the white dragon's you're so sensible look." Feng Zichen was speechless for a moment. After a while, Feng Zichen said slowly, "This place is far away from the Dragon Palace. Why don't you stay in the human race temporarily and wait for our clan leader to send someone to the Dragon Palace to inform them to come and pick you up?" He could not let this dragon leave alone. If something happened to her on the way, the dragon race might implicate the human race. Being caught by the human race and hearing them talk about whether she should be roasted or boiled, she was almost scared out of her wits after experiencing such a situation. Under such circumstances, how would she dare to go back alone? She wanted to stay and was worried about how to ask. Now that she heard Feng Zichen urging her to stay, she quickly agreed. Seeing that the white dragon agreed, Feng Zichen took her to the ancestral temple. First, they paid their respects to the Nuwa, then went to find Swerin and asked him to send someone to the Dragon Palace. On the way to the ancestral temple, under Feng Zichen's guidance, White Dragon, who was ignorant of worldly affairs, explained his background clearly. The White Dragon was called Ao Shui and was the youngest child of the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen. However, the Dragon Queen was injured by the ferocious beasts of the East Sea when she was pregnant. As a result, Ao Shui was born prematurely and was congenitally weak. As for how Ao Shui came to the human race, it could only be said that she was unlucky. Ao Shui was originally playing in the Dragon Palace. For some reason, she triggered the backup plan left by the demon race's spy in the dragon race and was transported to the human race. In a daze, he was scooped up by someone in a net and brought over. The Merit's spiritual net was extraordinarily powerful. It could seal arcane energy and suppress Yuan Shun, causing her to be unable to use her spiritual treasures. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. With the speed of the human race's messenger, they should still be halfway to the Dragon Palace. Ao Shui remained in the human race. The Ziwei Peak, the small mountain where Feng Zichen opened the divine ocean, was transformed by the heavenly Tao and became a spiritual land. This was the starting point of his Tao journey. To show his determination, Feng Zichen named this place as the Ziwei Peak to show his ambition to attain the Ziwei Tao. Now, Feng Zichen was here, learning the innate Tao language from Ao Shui. The Tao language was the language of the innate gods. The innate gods were the embodiment of the Tao of heaven and earth. Their every move was a manifestation of the Tao they represented. Their language was the language of the Tao, Their voices were like the whispers of the Tao, possessing great power. At first, Ao Shui didn't agree. It was only when Feng Zichen took out a few of the Heavenly Dipper 36 transformations that Ao Shui agreed. The 36 transformations, 36 top-tier innate gods, 36 laws of heaven and earth. These were the skills personally organized by the Tao ancestor. They weren't the emasculated versions of the Tao sex in the future world. Overturning rivers and seas, riding the clouds, summoning the wind and rain. These 3 skills were similar to the dragon race's innate skills. They could be used to complement each other and strengthen the dragon race's skills. Perhaps it was because his cultivation level was too low, or because he was a postnate living being, Feng Zichen only managed to learn a few dozen words after a few decades. There were 129,600 Tao languages in the Yuan. If Feng Zichen learned one in a year, it would take him a few 100,000 years to learn all of them. Thinking of this, Zhong Yu felt a headache coming on and he couldn't help but ask, "Gluttonous dragon, is there any way to learn quickly?" Innate living beings had spiritual water when they were thirsty, spiritual fruits when they were hungry, and even the innate qi that filled the entire wilderness. Unlike the postnate living beings, they didn't have to worry about life and death and suffer from hunger and cold. Hence, other than the humans, no one in the entire wilderness knew how to cook. Ever since Ao Shui ate Feng Zichen's meat soup, she took over his pot and ate it every day. However, Feng Zichen wasn't Ao Shui's match and couldn't take back the pot. Hence, he gave her a nickname and took advantage of her verbally. Chapter 10. Ao Shui rolled her eyes at Feng Zichen and said, "Of course. Innate gods are born with the Tao language. All you have to do is to turn yourself into an innate god." Innate gods were born from the Tao, their appearance was the Tao and their language was the Tao language. Feng Zichen wasn't even a Xiantian life form, let alone an innate god. Feng Zichen smiled embarrassedly, but just as he was about to say something, the valley that Swerin had designated as a forbidden area changed again. After years of fighting, the qi of malice and qi of holiness finally came to an end. Rays of clear saint light shot out in all directions, forming auspicious clouds in the sky. The qi of malice that shrouded the valley all year round was replaced by auspicious qi, revealing a sacred scene within the valley. Auspicious qi lingered in the deep valley. It was covered with orchids and jade trees, exotic flowers and rare herbs, tall bamboos and tall pines. At the same time, rays of innate spirit light shot out from the valley, forming the shadows of hundreds of beasts that roared at the sky. Sensing the aura, Feng Zichen and Ao Shui's qi of divine beasts became restless. "This is..." The two exchanged a look and rushed towards the valley at the same time. Ao Shui moved, followed by clouds and mist. It was the Heavenly Dipper 36 transformations, riding the clouds. Feng Zichen moved, turned into a ray of golden light and flew towards the valley. It was the Heavenly Dipper 36 transformations, earth-traversing golden light. By the time the two of them arrived at the valley, there were already many human experts standing outside the valley, watching the battle. The two didn't stop and rushed into the valley, only to be stopped by Swerin. Swerin was one of the 3 Tai Jinxian of the human race. Ao Shui was just a beginner heavenly immortal, and Feng Zichen was only at the peak Xiantian level. Swerin could easily take them down. "Nonsense. You don't even know what's going on in the valley. What if you run into danger?" Swerin stopped them and reprimanded them. Feng Zichen admitted his mistake obediently. Ao Shui was a little unconvinced and wanted to argue a few words. However, after Feng Zichen quietly pulled her a few times, she whispered a few words and stopped talking. "Roar!" The image of a dragon flew out of the deep valley and let out a world-shaking dragon roar. The people outside the deep valley felt dizzy and fell from the sky. As if sensing the qi of the ancestral dragon, the dragon shadow flashed and brought Ao Shui into the valley. When the surrounding human experts saw this scene, they were shocked. They were afraid that Ao Shui had an accident and the Dragon Clan would vent their anger on the human race. They ignored the danger and chased into the valley. When Ao Shui was caught, Feng Zichen was anxious. Merit rushed out of his body and formed a cloud above his head. 5 qi flew out and formed a 5-colored canopy under the cloud. The qi of the 5 elements hung down and protected Feng Zichen. After setting up the defense, Feng Zichen turned into a ray of golden light and entered the valley. When Serene saw Feng Zichen enter, he wanted to chase after him. However, he was stopped by the people beside him. Serene was the leader of the human race. How could he let him take the risk? Leader, don't worry. The Zichen clan has the qi of merit protecting him. Ordinary Tai Jinxian can't break through his defense. Youyu comforted. In fact, he didn't say anything for the sake of Serene's reputation. Those who can defeat him can't break through his defense. Those who can break through his defense can't defeat him. Serene thought about it and decided to wait outside the valley. From the outside, the valley was less than 1,000 miles. However, once he entered, he realized that this place was extremely vast. It was at least 1,000,000 miles wide. The place was filled with fragrance and rich spiritual qi. There were spiritual herbs everywhere. If there weren't corpses everywhere, this place could be considered a top-notch blessed land. When Feng Zichen entered, he was not attracted by the spiritual herbs. Instead, he was attracted by the corpse of a phoenix. The phoenix was lying on the ground like a mountain. There was a huge claw mark on its body. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed, the wound was still fresh. There was still blood dripping from the wound. The spiritual herbs around it were born from its blood. The phoenix was lying there quietly. There was a ray of spiritual light shining on its body, indicating that it was a connate spirit. Judging from the immortal aura emitted from the spiritual light, it was at least a golden immortal. Feng Zichen went forward and picked a spiritual herb. He examined it carefully. Then, he shook his head. This spiritual herb was useless. On the surface, it was overflowing with spiritual light. In fact, it was full of evil qi. If he took it without careful consideration, the evil qi would surround him and destroy his foundation. In serious cases, the evil qi would invade his true spirit and cause him to lose his intelligence. He would be like the Kirin that Feng Zichen met when he was young. After checking all the spiritual herbs, Feng Zichen found that they were all corroded by the evil qi. He sighed and decided to leave. As for the phoenix's corpse, he didn't dare to touch it. Even though the phoenix had been dead for many years, the aura it emitted could still kill him. Feng Zichen was only able to get close to the phoenix's corpse by relying on the rich merit qi. Just as he turned to leave, the Hong Meng Dao seal suddenly flew out from the divine fetus. It hovered in the air and emitted a purple light that shrouded the phoenix's corpse. In the purple light, the phoenix's corpse suddenly stood up and let out a long cry. It turned into a ball of crimson connate qi and swam in the purple light. Seeing this, the Hong Meng Dao seal shone even brighter. The crimson connate qi also became smaller and smaller. In the end, it turned into a sky full of innate talismans and merged with the innate spiritual light. The spiritual light flashed and turned into a crimson golden ray that was covered with talismans. Under the guidance of the Hong Meng Dao seal, it entered the divine fetus. As the crimson light entered the divine fetus, another 50 acupuncture points in Feng Zichen's body lit up. Starlight shone down on the divine fetus. Immediately, the primordial fire in Feng Zichen's divine fetus burned even brighter. A large amount of yin qi was cultivated, and the yang spirit took another step forward. For the past 30 years, Feng Zichen cultivated diligently every day. Not long ago, he had lit up 108 acupuncture points. The purple star Starlight shone down and formed the school of the Emperor Star in his psyche ocean. Then, the starlight entered the divine fetus, and the divine fetus ascended to the school of the Emperor's star. The divine fetus grew stronger and changed again. The spiritual light grew stronger and ignited the pure yang primordial fire. The Yin spirit was baptized by the pure yang primordial fire. Strands of Yin qi were cultivated and became more condensed. The lighting of 108 acupuncture points meant that the divine fetus had reached perfection. Under the burning of the primordial fire, the Yin spirit would automatically transform into the Yang spirit after 500 years. If the divine fetus continued to light up the acupuncture points, the primordial fire would burn even brighter. The transformation of the Yin spirit into the Yang spirit would also speed up. Now, as the crimson light entered his body, Feng Zichen opened another 50 acupuncture points. The primordial fire burned even brighter, greatly reducing the time it took for the Yang spirit to be born. The moment the divine fetus entered the school of the Emperor's star, the Hong Meng Dao seal fell between the Yin spirit's eyebrows. The 36 divine prohibitions were opened for Feng Zichen to refine and become his eternal spiritual treasure. From then on, Feng Zichen no longer needed to use the Qi of merit to activate the Hong Meng Dao seal. The crimson light entered the divine fetus and turned into a crimson Dao seal between the Yin spirit's eyebrows. A pure Qi of fire element was released from Feng Zichen's body. With the help of this Qi, the vermilion bird's shadow immediately became real and its power increased exponentially. Chapter 11. The Vermilion Bird of the South, born from the Dantian acupoint of a bird. Green thunder rumbled, colorful and divine. Come, guide me. The Hong Meng Dao seal flashed and sent a message into Feng Zichen's mind. It turned out that the phoenix was a divine beast born from the innate fire elemental qi. Its cultivation had reached the level of Tai Jingxian. The Hong Meng Dao seal returned it to its origin and turned it into the innate fire elemental qi. Because of its Tai Jingxian cultivation, the innate divine light and Dao were one and immortal. The Hong Meng Dao seal infused the innate fire elemental qi into it and cultivated it into a divine power, the innate fire elemental divine light. This divine power entered the Yin god's body and was nurtured together with the Yin god. When the divine fetus was broken, this divine light would become Feng Zichen's innate divine power. Unfortunately, this divine power was formed from the Tai Jingxian's innate divine light. With Feng Zichen's current cultivation level, he could not use it and could not know its power. However, the vermilion bird's transformation into a physical form increased the power of the 5 elements palm print. Feng Zichen's mind moved and the 5 elements divine beasts appeared. They formed the 5 elements palm print. Among them, the red color was solid and the other 4 were illusory. Then, the 5 elements palm print turned into a 5 elements imperial throne. The red color was solid and the other 4 were illusory. When the 5 elements divine beasts were formed, there would be another 3 divine powers. After practicing the divine power, Feng Zichen continued flying forward. He still remembered that his purpose here was to find the Ao Shui. However, he stopped again after a short while. In front of him there were 2 huge corpses that were as big as mountains. They were emitting an ancient aura. One was a white tiger and the other was a black tortoise. Looking at the way the 2 divine beasts died, they must have died together. Feng Zichen made a silent comparison with the phoenix's corpse and realized that these were 2 primordial divine beasts of the primordial unity golden immortal realm. The Hong Meng Dao seal appeared again and cultivated the 2 divine beasts into metal elemental divine light and water elemental divine light. In Feng Zichen's body, the illusory figures of the white tiger and the black tortoise materialized with the help of the divine light. The white tiger of the west echoes the 9 constellations. It has a heroic quality and a solemn and clear voice. It is awe-inspiring to beasts. Its roar shakes the mountains and forests. Northern black tortoise, the Tai Jingxian, the Tai Jingxian, Tai Jingxian, Tai Jingxian. The 5 divine beasts, the other 2 divine beasts, shadows of the other divine beasts. But eventually they was and gradually they became gradually calming down. Do. But they did not. Lin. In just 1,000 miles, Feng Zichen came across 3 corpses of Tai mythical beasts, which made him feel that something was not right. He hurriedly looked around. Rising high in the sky, Feng Zichen looked around and saw that the mountain range was broken, the ground was shattered, and the corpses of divine beasts were everywhere. Is this the battlefield between the 3 races? As far as Feng Zichen knew, the only event that could cause so many divine beasts to die on such a large scale was the first tribulation of the Dragon Han era. Before the final battle between the 3 races, several large-scale battles broke out between the 3 races. This place was close to the East Sea. It was not impossible that the beasts and birds had rushed here to fight the scales. This also explained the origin of the divine beasts' bodies. After the Hong Meng Dao seal produced 2 divine lights, it did not fly back to the divine embryo. Instead, it spun twice in the air and flew into the distance. Feng Zichen quickly followed. Not long after, the Hong Meng Dao seal stopped. Feng Zichen went forward to take a look. A divine dragon and a qilin were entangled together, standing on the ground like statues and emitting a tragic aura. A purple light flashed. The divine dragon turned into wood elemental divine light and the qilin into earth elemental divine light and entered Feng Zichen's body. The 5 elements gathered and creation was born. The divine beasts of the 5 elements appeared together and surrounded Feng Zichen, triggering the power of the 5 elements. The 5-colored light rotated around Feng Zichen's body. Waves of creation power surged out of the 5 elements' divine light and spread to his limbs and bones. All the acupoints in his body trembled, and 365 light spots appeared on his body. In the school of the Emperor's Star, the Yin spirit was overjoyed. It wanted to fly out of his body and bathe in lightning to become the Yang spirit. Feng Zichen forcibly suppressed the restless divine embryo. Now was not the time to break through. He had to wait a little longer. The 5-colored divine light intertwined and melded with each other. Finally, it reached a balance and formed a supreme divine power, the connate 5 elements divine light. After the divine power was formed, Feng Zichen naturally released the 5 elements divine light. Swoosh! A beam of 5-colored divine light shot out from Feng Zichen's body. The Tao patterns on it intertwined and talismans danced, enveloping the entire battlefield. Under the 5-colored divine light, everything melted and turned into pure connate qi, returning to its most basic form. Then, it was wrapped in the divine light and entered Feng Zichen's body. The divine light disappeared in an instant, but it left a deep mark on the battlefield. The spiritual herbs on the ground disappeared, and so did the divine beasts' corpses. The ground was much shorter, as if a layer had been scraped off. After the connate 5 elements divine light was formed, the 5 elements gave birth to the creation of the 5 elements realm. The power was endless, and Feng Zichen didn't need to use his arcane energy to activate the divine power. Furthermore, this divine power was formed from the corpses of 5 Tai Jinxian innate divine beasts. Once activated, it was equivalent to 5 Tai Jinxian attacking with all their might. There was hardly anyone below Daluo that could be a match for this divine power. Immersing his mind into the 5 elements realm, Zhong Yu saw a myriad of spiritual lights intertwining with each other. Strands of innate spiritual qi flowed in all directions. It was like a paradise. The only flaw was that there were strands of murderous aura and spiritual qi tangled together. These spirit lights were transformed from the corpses of the divine beasts on the battlefield of the 3 races, and the spirit energy was transformed from the spirit herbs on the battlefield. Using the innate 5 elemental divine light, Feng Zichen collected them into the realm of 5 elemental element. Now, the battlefield between the 3 clans was barren, and Feng Zichen had monopolized all the opportunities. No, there was still one more treasure. The connate 5 elements divine light enveloped the entire battlefield and swept everything into the 5 elements realm. Only in the center of the battlefield, the connate 5 elements divine light brushed past and passed through everything without causing any ripples. Curious, Feng Zichen rushed over. And Ao Shui was there as well. The connate 5 elements divine light shrouded the battlefield and reflected everything in his mind. He saw the human experts, but he couldn't find Ao Shui. That could only mean one thing. Ao Shui was in the center of the battlefield where the connate 5 elements divine light couldn't reach, which was why Feng Zichen couldn't find her. In the center of the battlefield, a huge light screen separated it from the rest of the battlefield, making it seem like it existed in another world, independent of time and space. When he arrived, Feng Zichen looked into the distance and a huge divine dragon appeared in front of him. He could clearly see the divine dragon's full appearance, but the divine dragon gave him a feeling that it was boundless, as if it filled up the entire heaven and earth. The divine dragon exuded an aura of immortality, as if it existed with the heaven and earth, and was equal to the Tao. Feng Zichen looked at it, and it was as if he was facing the Tao directly, and all kinds of thoughts emerged in his mind. This was Daluo Jingxian. Feeling the indescribable aura from the divine dragon, Feng Zichen gasped. Daluo Jingxian was actually sleeping here. Chapter 12. Daluo Jingxian was the embodiment of the great Tao. He had transcended the river of destiny and existed with heaven and earth. As long as the primordial world was not destroyed, the Daluo would never die. To them, death was just a deep sleep. There would be a day when they would wake up. However, it was hard to say how long it would take to wake up. After watching quietly for a while, Feng Zichen left. This was the Daluo's precept domain. Without the approval of this divine dragon, unless he attained the Daluo's Tao, he would never be able to cross the light screen in front of him. As for Ao Shui, there was no need to worry. This divine dragon was a mighty one from the dragon clan in ancient times, and Ao Shui was the granddaughter of the ancestral dragon. The remnant will of the divine dragon took her away because it sensed the qi of the ancestral dragon in her body. This was a great opportunity for her, not a danger. Perhaps her congenital deficiency could be repaired here. After leaving the Daluo's precept domain, Feng Zichen stopped suppressing his cultivation and prepared to advance. After seeing the corpse of the Daluo Jingxian level divine dragon, he felt a sense of urgency. Before seeing the Daluo Jingxian, Feng Zichen had always thought that the Daluo Jingxian was just SOSO. As a transmigrator, it would be easy for him to become a Daluo. It was not until he faced the corpse of a golden immortal and felt the boundless aura that was like the great Tao of heaven and earth that he felt how ridiculous he was. That was the Daluo Jingxian, a supreme expert who was said to be indestructible and existed with heaven and earth. He actually thought that this realm was just SOSO. The ignorant were truly fearless. However, such a great existence had been beaten into a deep sleep and was lying there quietly. How tragic would the war between the 3 races be? The war between the liches and demons was known as the greatest war since the creation of heaven and earth. It was far more tragic than the war between the 3 races. The entire primordial world was shattered. During the period of the 3 races, the Daluo reigned supreme. During the period of the liches and demons, the sage-to-be reigned supreme. Their combat strength had reached a new level, and their destructive power was naturally more shocking. The war of sorcerers and demons, which would affect all living beings in the untainted land, would come millions of years later. At that time, when the war broke out, how could they protect themselves without sufficient strength? How could they protect the human race? Why don't you take advantage of the fact that the great calamity hasn't arrived and work hard to improve your cultivation? In the past, Feng Zichen had always thought that there were still millions of years before the Great Tribulation and that there was no need for him to be anxious. Now that he saw Daluo Jinxian's corpse, he realized that the Great Tribulation was not far away from him. 1,000,000 years was not as long as he thought. Rumble. As Feng Zichen stopped suppressing his cultivation, boundless dark clouds gathered in the sky, and streaks of golden lightning flashed. Within the school of the Emperor's Star, the divine embryo leaped lightly and arrived above Feng Zichen's head. It was about to charge into the lightning tribulation to use its power to wash away the last of its yin qi. However, before the divine fetus could move, the Ziwei star suddenly shot down a beam of starlight, shattering the lightning tribulation and turning it into pure innate qi that was absorbed into the divine fetus. With a flash of purple light, the divine embryo shattered, and Feng Zichen's yang spirit walked out. The Ziwei star once again shot down a beam of purple starlight, enveloping the yang spirit. Moments later, the purple starlight disappeared, and an innate god wearing a Ziwei star crown and a purple robe appeared, holding a Wanxiang Rui in his hand. His appearance was exactly the same as Feng Zichen's. It was his yang spirit. His yang spirit taking the form of Great Emperor Ziwei meant that the Ziwei star had acknowledged Feng Zichen. As long as he was willing to abandon his physical body and ascend to the Ziwei star, he would be able to sleep for billions of years and become the innate god of the Ziwei star, Great Emperor Ziwei. At that time, he would be the most powerful innate god, born with Daluo's abilities. No matter who it was, if they traced his origins in the River of Time, they would only find that he was a god born of the Ziwei star and had nothing to do with the human Zichen clan. However, Feng Zichen refused. He had just reached the level of Earth Immortal. If he entered the Ziwei star now, billions of years would have passed by the time he was born again. He would miss out on many opportunities, so it was better to wait until his cultivation level was higher. Moreover, Di Jun had never let down his guard against the Ziwei star. If he was discovered and destroyed by the Ziwei star, it would not be fun. The Ziwei star was the leader of the stars, but until now, no innate god had been born. The whole of Eldritch Land knew that this was Di Jun's doing. As the Celestial Emperor, how could he let the Ziwei star give birth to a ruler of the stars to compete with him for power? Although Feng Zichen refused the Ziwei star, it still gave him 3 treasures: the star crown, the purple robe, and the Wanxiang Rui. These were the great Emperor Ziwei's lifelong spiritual treasures, and they were all upper-grade innate spiritual treasures. Of course, Feng Zichen was still not the great Emperor Ziwei, so the Ziwei star could not give him the 3 treasures. These were the projections of the 3 spiritual treasures, and they could only exert the power of low-grade spiritual treasures. Putting the yang spirit back into the Ziwei palace, Feng Zichen carefully felt the changes in his body. The yang spirit was the key to Feng Zichen's transformation into an innate life form. Now that the yang spirit was born, his body was emitting a strong innate qi, and there was no more acquired qi. His efforts were not wasted. After breaking through to the yang spirit realm, the innate 5 elements divine light turned into a supernatural power. Not only that, Feng Zichen also awakened 3 supernatural powers: the 5 emperors' great supernatural power, the 2 heavenly constitutions, and the 3 heavens and earth furnace. The 5 emperors' great supernatural power was evolved from the 5 qi in Feng Zichen's body. When the supernatural power was cast, the 5 qi formed the 5 elements divine beast, which was supported by the power of the 5 constellations, the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and the power of the 5 elements of the human body. It was extraordinarily powerful. This supernatural power had 3 forms, and their powers were different. The 5 emperors' great handprint was for killing, the 5 emperors' canopy was for defense, and the 5 emperors' throne was for suppression. The heavenly constitutions was the supernatural power passed down by the Ziwei star when Feng Zichen's yang spirit transformed into the great Emperor Ziwei. This supernatural power could be called a heavenly path supernatural power, and it contained the power to change the rules of heaven and earth. When casting this supernatural power, the caster controlled the power of heaven and earth. His words were law and Tao, and the rules of heaven and earth moved and changed with his voice. It was incredible. The heaven and earth furnace was a supernatural power that Feng Zichen had developed by opening all the aperture acupoints in his body. With heaven and earth as the furnace and the starlight as the fuel, it could smelt everything in the world. For example, the murderous aura in Feng Zichen's hand. This was the murderous aura that surged out of his body when he opened up the divine sea. Now, it was refined by the heaven and earth furnace and wrapped around his fingertip. The murderous aura was pitch black and carried a threatening chill. With a glance, it could cause chaos and make people fall into madness. Playing with the murderous aura in his hand, Feng Zichen thought about the possibility of evolving the murderous aura into a supernatural power. The ferocious beasts were formed from the flesh and blood of the Chaos Fiend God after his death. They carried the Chaos Fiend God's hatred for the untainted world and took it as their responsibility to destroy it. The murderous aura on their bodies was the murderous aura of the Chaos Fiend God and the heavenly tribulation chi. This chi could corrupt one's primordial spirit and hurt one's spiritual wisdom. It was the most vicious. If this could be refined into a supernatural power, its power would definitely be amazing. After thinking for a long time, Feng Zichen gave up this tempting idea. This chi was too vicious and might hurt him. It was better to wait until his cultivation level was higher. Chapter 13. Feng Zichen gave up on transforming the evil spirit into a supernatural power. He suppressed the evil spirit in the depths of the school of the Emperor's Star. Then, Feng Zichen sent a message to Serene, telling him not to worry about him. He planned to go into seclusion for a while to integrate what he had learned. He had already cultivated to the Sun Spirit realm, but he still didn't have a proper cultivation method. This was really outrageous. He was, after all, the founder of his own sect. Without a cultivation method, how could he preach, establish a sect, and strengthen his orthodoxy? The Hong Meng Dao seal glowed slightly, helping Feng Zichen enter the state of enlightenment and deduce a suitable cultivation method for himself. In the starry sky, endless star essence fell, filling the corresponding acupoints. Before long, the acupoints reached their limit. The star essence overflowed from the acupoints and rushed into Feng Zichen's body. At this time, Feng Zichen's trouble came. Although the star essence was strong, its attributes were heterogeneous. Each star contained a different power. Usually, the star essence hid in the acupoints and didn't interfere with each other's business. Now, all the acupoints in Feng Zichen's body were lit up, automatically forming a large array to correspond to Zhoxing. For a time, the speed at which the acupoints attracted starlight increased greatly. In a short while, all the acupoints in his body were filled with star essence, causing the star essence to overflow and form various attributes of power in his body. Feeling the abnormality in his body, Feng Zichen didn't panic. He communicated with the Ziwei star with his sun spirit and received its starlight. The Ziwei star was the master of the stars. It could suppress and coordinate other stars. As expected, as the starlight flowed, the various star forces in Feng Zichen's body immediately became docile and flowed slowly in his body. Sensing this, Feng Zichen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The prototype of a cultivation method appeared in his mind. Then, the Hong Meng Dao seal shone brightly, helping him deduce the cultivation method. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. On this day, Feng Zichen's body suddenly burst out with a strong light. Every acupuncture point on his body was glowing, and the shadows of gods and devils were faintly visible within them. After 20 years of enlightenment, Feng Zichen finally created his own cultivation method, the Stellar Tao Scripture. He also perfected his own cultivation system and determined the path after Yang's spirit. He had enlightened all the acupoints in his body, causing them to nurture the spirit of the acupoints, which corresponded to the star gods of the universe. With the help of the gods, the Yang spirit transformed into the Tao form, passed the lightning tribulation, and ascended to become an immortal. Since then, Feng Zichen had finally sorted out his own cultivation system. He divided the three major realms before the celestial immortal realm, the postnatal realm, the connate realm, and the earth immortal realm into 9 minor realms for the postnatal living beings to cultivate. They were the 3 realms of the divine sea, life spring, meridians condensation, and aperture sculpting, the 3 realms of the divine embryo, yin soul, spiritual light, and true fire, the 3 realms of the divine aspect, yang soul, Tao aspect, and lightning calamity. The cultivation of the divine sea was to strengthen the life spring, solidify the divine meridians, and shape the divine aperture. The cultivation of the divine embryo was to accumulate the yin spirit, create the divine light, and ignite the true fire. The cultivation of the divine form was to become the yang spirit, transform into the Tao form, and go through the thunder tribulation. After that was the celestial immortal realm. Unlike the golden core system of the later generations, the cultivation system that Feng Zichen had created was the method of the postnatal to reverse the connate realm. From the concept of the divine sea, it could be seen that Feng Zichen had intended to transform into a connate life form from the very beginning. Using the universe as the mother to nurture his body, wasn't this treating himself as a connate life form? After that, he had awakened the connate blood, solidified the meridians, and shaped the aperture. He had drawn in the essence of the stars, activated his own connate spirit, and used it as the foundation to form the divine embryo. This divine embryo contained the connate spirit, and with the essence of the stars as nourishment, the divine spirit that was born would be the connate god. Feng Zichen's yang spirit was like this. The establishment of the cultivation system immediately attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao. Silently, dark clouds gathered above Feng Zichen's head. It was the reappearance of the heavenly punishment. Under the dark clouds, Feng Zichen could clearly feel the wrath of the heavenly Tao. The essence of the cultivation of postnatal life forms was to steal the secrets of the universe to strengthen oneself. This kind of cultivation at the cost of damaging the universe was not allowed by the heavenly Tao. Moreover, the cultivation system that Feng Zichen had created was the method of transforming postnatal lifeforms into connate lifeforms. Such an act of defying the connate realm was worthy of being called heaven-defying. Naturally, the heavenly Tao was furious and sent down the heavenly punishment. Even though Feng Zichen had the protection of merit and could weaken the heavenly punishment, the power of the heavenly punishment still reached the level of a golden immortal, which showed the anger of the heavenly Tao. Muffled thunder sounded, and black lightning flashed in the dark clouds, carrying with it an aura of destruction. This was the thunder of destruction, which could destroy everything in the world. The heavenly Tao's use of this thunder represented its determination to kill Feng Zichen. Sensing the fatal danger, Feng Zichen did not dare to be negligent and quickly used his strongest technique, the connate divine light of 5 elements. A 5-colored divine light gushed out of Feng Zichen's body and enveloped the area around him, waiting for the thunder of destruction to fall. The connate divine light of 5 elements had the power of Tai Jingxian, while the heavenly punishment was weakened by merit and was only left with the power of a golden immortal. It was no match for the connate divine light of 5 elements. Even so, Feng Zichen did not dare to take the initiative to attack, and could only defend passively. He was afraid that his divine light of 5 elements would directly wipe out the heavenly punishment. At that time, it would be cool, But if it angered the heavenly Tao and sent down an even more terrifying heavenly punishment, it would not end well. Boom! One after another, pitch-black thunderbolts, carrying the aura of destruction, fiercely blasted the divine light of 5 elements. The divine light of 5 elements flashed, and the thunder of destruction returned to its origin and was absorbed into the realm of 5 elements before it could explode. Even through the divine light of 5 elements, Feng Zichen could feel the terrifying power contained in the thunder of destruction. He was thankful that he had mastered the connate divine light of 5 elements. Otherwise, even if he could survive the heavenly punishment, he would be bedridden for hundreds of years. The pitch-black thunder of destruction poured down like a storm. In the blink of an eye, 107 bolts had fallen. After that, the heavenly punishment did not immediately send down the 108th bolt of lightning, but slowly shrank. In the end, when the dark clouds in the sky shrank into a ball, a dark golden thunderbolt struck down. The divine light of 5 elements shook and almost collapsed on the spot. Fortunately, after the heavenly punishment struck down the thunderbolt, its power was exhausted and dissipated in the air. The dark clouds retreated, and auspicious clouds appeared in the sky. Wisps of auspicious chi were entwined on them, and golden flowers floated down from the sky. Endless merit of heaven and earth gathered in the sky and fell into Feng Zichen's body. After the heavenly punishment, the heavenly Tao sent down a reward to show that it was fair. Ignoring the extra merit in his body, Feng Zichen placed his mind in the realm of 5 elements to check the situation of the thunder of destruction. After all, he could obtain merit every few days, and he was already used to it. Thunder was the pivot of yin and yang, the foundation of commanding all things. Therefore, without thunder, there was no way to dominate the 3 realms. The heavenly Tao used the power of thunder to show the principle of yin and yang generation and suppression. It was the method it used to create and destroy all things. All the top experts in the primordial world had good thunder technique. For example, Pangu used the Du Tian divine thunder to create the world, the Tao ancestors' purple heaven divine thunder, and the 3 pure ones thunder technique. Chapter 14. In the realm of 5 elements, the thunder of destruction was refined by the power of 5 elements and formed into a ball of innate essence. Yin and yang appeared on it, and creation and destruction coexisted. Taking out the ball of innate essence, Feng Zichen opened his mouth and sucked it into his body. Immediately, a destructive force circulated in his body. Wherever it passed, his body decayed and his acupuncture points dimmed. Then, a force of creation gushed out and flowed to his limbs and bones. His body that was destroyed by the destructive force was rejuvenated, and his acupuncture points glowed again. His acupuncture points went from dim to bright, and it was like a cycle of reincarnation. Creation was born in them, and the shadows of gods were born. Seeing this, Feng Zichen took out the innate essence of yin and yang and 5 elements given to him by goddess Nuwa and fused it into his body to accelerate the birth of the shadows of gods. Ever since goddess Nuwa gave him the innate essence of yin and yang and 5 elements, Feng Zichen had not used it except for cultivating the great escape of 5 elements and taking out a trace of it. Now, with the birth of gods in his acupuncture points, it was time to use it. As the innate essence of yin and yang and 5 elements entered his body, the power of creation increased greatly, and the shadows of the gods became more solid. Suddenly, Feng Zichen's left eye burst with golden light. A golden crow flew out and turned into a 3-legged celestial being. Its appearance was exactly the same as Feng Zichen's. Then, silver light flashed in his right eye, and a jade rabbit walked out and turned into a celestial being in black. From his organs, 35 gods walked out in groups of 7, and turned into 5 divine beasts. A total of 365 gods walked out of Feng Zichen's body, and they all looked exactly the same as him. After the gods were born, they shook together and turned into runes that landed on Feng Zichen's young god. His young god suddenly grew bigger, and his aura became more majestic. The mighty emperor's qi of Ziwei spread out. It was the star gods that strengthened his young god and formed the Tao form of great Emperor Ziwei. After the birth of the star god, the innate essence of yin-yang and 5 elements was not completely depleted. It swam around Feng Zichen's body for a moment before being absorbed by the Hongmeng Dao seal. After absorbing the innate yin-yang 5 elements essence, the Hongmeng Dao seal glowed faintly, and a purple stream of air shot out. As soon as the purple airflow came out, it swallowed up all the Ziwei stellar qi on Feng Zichen's yang spirit. Then, it entered his body and swallowed up all his mana. This is Hongmeng qi? Feng Zichen seemed to have understood something when he sensed the aura of the beginning of all things, the beginning of Tai Chi. He circulated the starry Tao scripture, drawing an endless starlight for it to devour and strengthen itself. After an unknown period of time, the Hongmeng Qi stopped devouring the starlight and started to revolve in Feng Zichen's body, evolving into the Qi of 1 origin, 2 forces, 3 talents, 4 divisions, 5 elements, 6 directions, and other innate qi. This is, as if he was enlightened, Feng Zichen fell into a deep state of enlightenment. He comprehended the wonders of the changes of primordial qi and explored the principles of the creation of heaven and earth. In the school of the Emperor Star, the Hongmeng Dao seal glowed faintly, explaining the Tao of Hongmeng to Feng Zichen and helping him comprehend the Tao of the changes of primordial qi. The untainted land did not remember the years. Before he knew it, 100 years had passed. The Ziwei stellar qi in Feng Zichen's body had completely transformed into Hongmeng qi, and the starry Tao scripture had also transformed into the Hongmeng Dao scripture. His yang spirit still looked like great Emperor Ziwei, but there was an additional trace of ancient aura, as if it came from the beginning of heaven and earth. Feng Zichen stood up, and a stream of Hongmeng qi gushed out of his body, evolving into all kinds of primordial qi in the universe in the air. In this way, Feng Zichen had a trace of great Emperor Ziwei's demeanor. One had to know that in the future, great Emperor Ziwei was not only among the stars, but also the Lord of all things. What was all things? All the scenes in the universe were called all things. Hongmeng qi was the ancestor of all qi, and it could derive all the primordial qi in the world. Although the Ziwei stellar qi could command the heavenly cycle stellar qi, it was still inferior to Hongmeng qi. Forming a seal with his right hand, Feng Zichen released a bolt of divine thunder, which evolved into the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and all things in the universe. This was the divine thunder of all things, and it had unlimited potential. It was comprehended by Feng Zichen based on the theory of yin and yang generation and suppression, combined with the Tao of all things. Silently calculating in his heart, Feng Zichen realized that he had been in the battlefield of the 3 races for 120 years. He could not help but be speechless for a long time. As expected, time did not exist in cultivation. If he had not been in the untainted land, he would have probably died of old age decades ago. Life's encounters were really xuanqi, and it was unexpected. After sighing in his heart, Feng Zichen rushed to the Daluo precept domain. More than 100 years had passed, and he wondered how Ao Shui was doing. When he arrived at the Daluo precept domain, Feng Zichen was blocked by the light curtain, unable to advance. I wonder how Ao Shui is doing now? After staying in front of the Daluo precept domain for a few days, Feng Zichen could not find a way to enter, so he could only leave helplessly and continue his seclusion. After Nuwa became a sage, the various races did not use weapons, perhaps because they were afraid of the power of a sage. The untainted land fell into a long-lost peace. During this period, the various races were recuperating, and the human race was not in much danger. Even if Feng Zichen returned to the human race, he would be fine. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity to raise his cultivation and prepare for the future tribulation. After returning to the place of seclusion, Feng Zichen took out the qi of virtue in his body, intending to refine it into a Dharma treasure. His realm could not be raised in a short period of time. He had improved too quickly recently, so it was better to settle down to prevent his foundation from being unstable. Since he could not raise his realm, he could only improve himself in other aspects. Refining a Dharma treasure was the method Feng Zichen thought of. Now that he had the innate 5 elements divine light for attack, he did not need a weapon for killing. Therefore, Feng Zichen planned to refine a defensive treasure. Counting carefully, he had a lot of good things on him, but only the Xian Wang Qi of virtue could protect him. The Xian Wang Qi of virtue was a reward from the heavenly Tao to people who had contributed to the world. With this qi, it could increase one's luck and turn a disaster into an auspicious one. It could also form a light curtain to resist all spells. The reason why Feng Zichen was able to find the corpses of the 5 Tai Jinxian mythical beasts was because of the qi of merit. Feng Zichen took out the aura of virtue and prepared to refine it into a magical treasure, the aura of virtue. This was the inspiration he got from the 10,000 appearances Rui scepter. As the saying goes, as you wish, as you wish, as you wish, it is ever-changing. The Wanxiang Rui had many transformations and could transform into a myriad of magic treasures. Feng Zichen was inspired by this. He refined the qi of virtue into spiritual light and transformed it into thousands of magical weapons. One weapon could be used for both offense and defense. Wouldn't it be perfect? Activating the Hong Meng Dao seal, Feng Zichen simulated the innate wishful divine seal in Wanxiang Rui and infused it into the dark yellow virtues, turning them into virtue's spirit light. 12 years later, the qi of merit quickly shrank and turned into a golden light. It kept changing shape above Feng Zichen's head. It was shaped like a bell, a tower, a cauldron. Unfortunately, the spiritual treasure of virtue could only be transformed into a weapon of Tao inheritance and could not be transformed into a weapon of killing. Otherwise, it would be another powerful magical treasure. Playing with the virtue's spirit light, Feng Zichen carefully observed it. This was a superior grade spiritual treasure of virtue with 36 acquired divine seals. Chapter 15. Before the age of witches and demons, there were no spirit artifacts or immortal artifacts in the eldritch world. There were only Dharma treasures, spirit treasures, and ultimate treasures. Dharma treasures were ranked according to the divine seals they contained. Dharma treasures with 1 to 9 divine seals were Dharma treasures. Inferior grade spirit treasures with 10 to 18 divine seals, middle grade spirit treasures with 19 to 27 divine seals, superior grade spirit treasures with 28 to 36 divine seals, supreme grade spirit treasures with 37 to 45 divine seals. Supreme grade spirit treasures with 46 to 49 divine seals were ultimate treasures. Among them, Dharma treasures that were born naturally were called Khanate treasures, while Dharma treasures that were refined after birth were called future treasures. Khanate treasures contained a Khanate indestructible divine light and had the characteristics of being indestructible. Even if they were destroyed, they would recover by themselves one day. However, acquired treasures did not have such characteristics. Furthermore, Khanate treasures were far more powerful than acquired treasures, with only a few exceptions. The merit divine light in Feng Zichen's hand was a superior grade acquired merit spiritual treasure. Because it was refined by merit, it was stronger than acquired spirit treasures of the same level, but slightly weaker than Khanate spirit treasures. Moreover, merit spiritual treasures were protected by the heavenly Tao and had all kinds of miraculous abilities, such as not being tainted by karma when killing people, suppressing one's own luck, keeping one's spiritual altar clear and blocking the invasion of demons. After putting away the merit divine light, Feng Zichen continued to cultivate in seclusion. He was preparing to create a deduction technique to facilitate his future actions. However, just as he had an idea, he felt two powerful auras rushing towards him. One was as hot as the sun and carried the will of torch flame inheritance. It was Serene. The other was broad and broad, accompanied by the mighty dragon power. It should be the Dragon Lord of the Dragon Clan. Sensing Serene's arrival, Feng Zichen quickly ended his seclusion and went to greet him. Zichen, this is the Water Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. He is here to bring Ao Shui back to the Dragon Palace. Serene accompanied a young man in black to Feng Zichen and introduced him with a smile. In the untainted land, Tai Jingxian was called Tao Lord, Daluo Jingxian was called Taoist Priests, and Daluo Jingxian was called Tao Lord. Dragon Lord was Tao Lord, which was Tai Jingxian. Ao Shui's status in the Dragon Clan was indeed high. The Dragon Clan actually sent a Tai Jingxian to pick her up. With this in mind, Feng Zichen stepped forward and said, "Greetings, Water Dragon King." Feng Zichen's merits were extremely dense, so how could the Water Dragon King dare to accept his gift? Wouldn't that be a loss of good fortune? He hurriedly dodged and returned the greeting. I wouldn't dare. Fellow Taoist, you're too polite." Water Dragon King looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. What was the situation with the human race? How long had it been since they came to the human race? Then, he saw 4 people with great merit. Wasn't the human race born less than 10,000 years ago? Where did so many merits and blessings come from? Serene drilled wood to make fire and ignited the fire of the human race's civilization. Z clan invented clothes to make people feel ashamed. Cho clan built nests to protect people from the cold. These merits were engraved in the fate of the human race and were connected to it. As long as the human race was not destroyed, the merits would be endless. As the human race grew stronger, the merits of the 3 of them would also increase day by day. In the untainted land, merits were not easy to obtain. Only those who had great merits to heaven and earth could obtain them. But the human race was different. They were postnatal living beings and had to worry about birth, old age, illness, and death. They also had to suffer from hunger and cold. In order to survive, the human race would create all kinds of tools to help themselves survive. Among these tools, some were in line with the operation of the heavenly Tao, so the heavenly Tao would bestow merits to them. It was not that the human race was smarter than the connate lifeforms, but that the connate lifeforms were born great and did not have such needs. For example, when the connate lifeforms needed fire, they could cast a spell and create a raging fire. They would not go through the trouble of drilling wood to make fire. Of course, they would not obtain any merit. Therefore, Water Dragon King was shocked to see Serene and the other 2 have so much merit. Water Dragon King, are you here to find Ao Shui? She is now in Daluo's Tao domain. I wonder how she is doing? More than 100 years had passed, but there was no movement in Daluo's Tao domain. Even though he knew that Ao Shui was not in danger, Feng Zichen was still a little worried. What? Daluo's Tao domain? The princess is in Daluo's Tao domain. Water Dragon King raised his voice and said anxiously, "Quickly take me to see her." That day, in order to protect the human race, Nuwa set up a barrier in the human territory. This movement naturally alarmed the dragons nearby. The dragons were about to send dragons to the human territory to check the situation when they suddenly discovered that the 3rd princess of the dragon monarch had disappeared. This frightened the dragons of the dragon race. They did not care about the human race and hurriedly sent dragons to search for traces of the 3rd princess. At that time, the sea eyes of the 4 seas were rioting, and countless fierce beasts were wantonly destroying the surrounding sea. The Dragon Monarch, the Dragon Queen, and the Daluo Jinxian of the dragon race all went to the four seas to suppress the sea eyes and kill the fierce beast. The top experts of the dragon race were not in the race. Before the Dragon Monarch and the Dragon Queen left, they specially instructed the dragons to take good care of the young third princess. They did not expect that not long after the Dragon Monarch left, the third princess would disappear. How could they not be worried? They searched the Dragon Palace and found that the third princess had left through a demonic formation. However, the demonic cultivators had set up the formation in order to escape, and it was destroyed after being used. Therefore, they could not use the formation to determine where the third princess was teleported to. As for Ao Shui, as the youngest daughter of the Dragon Monarch, she naturally had all kinds of treasures. There was no lack of items that could hide the secrets of the heavens. This was originally a means to protect her, but now it became an obstacle to finding her. The vast East Sea was boundless. Even though there were many experts of the dragon race, they could not find Ao Shui's traces. In the end, an old turtle of the Tai Jinxian level took action. At the cost of tens of thousands of years of cultivation, he activated an innate spiritual treasure passed down in the clan. He deduced that the third princess was not in danger this time and that she would obtain a great opportunity. Only then did the dragons feel relieved. However, although they felt relieved, they still had to find the dragons. Otherwise, when the Dragon Monarch and the Dragon Queen returned and asked them where the third princess was, how should they answer? Say that the third princess obtained an opportunity and did not know where she was. Then the Dragon Monarch would skin them alive. When the human race's envoy came to the Dragon Palace and informed them of Ao Shui's situation, the Dragon Palace immediately sent 3 dragon lords to the human race with many treasures as a thank you gift to bring Ao Shui back. After arriving at the human race, the 3 dragon lords learned that Ao Shui was in the ruins of the battlefield between the 3 races. Without resting, the Water Dragon King hurriedly came here under the lead of Serene. That was why the scene just now happened. Then, Feng Zichen brought Serene and the Water Dragon King to the Daluo's precept domain in the center of the battlefield between the 3 races. This aura, standing in front of the Daluo's precept domain and feeling the vast aura, the Water Dragon King frowned and tried to recall the origin of this Daluo Jinxian. After a long while, the Water Dragon King finally recognized the origin of this Daluo. This is the Een Nether Dragon Venerable. I didn't expect His Excellency to be hibernating here. The Een Nether Dragon Venerable was an innate divine dragon born from the Een Nether Chi. He was the embodiment of the Een Nether Tao. Chapter 16. As a famous expert of the ancient dragon tribe, it was a pity that he had fallen here without a sound. It also showed the horror of the cultivation tribulation. Even the immortal Daluo Jinxian had fallen here, let alone other creatures. As if sensing the aura of the dragon tribe, a pure dragon chi flew out of the Daluo's Tao domain and entered the body of the Water Dragon King. Roar! With a long roar, the Water Dragon King turned into a black dragon that was thousands of miles long. The black dragon kept tumbling in the sky, and the pressure of the Tai Jinxian poured out in all directions. For a moment the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The divine light of merit automatically appeared and formed a Tao bell, which fell on the head of Feng Zichen. Strands of merit chi hung down to protect him, so that he would not be hurt by the pressure of the black dragon. Several days later, the Water Dragon King gradually calmed down and returned to his human form. Sorry. I had a sudden feeling and disturbed the 2 of you. Please don't blame me. After the Water Dragon King returned to his human form, his face was full of joy. It's okay. Serene shook his head and asked curiously, what happened to make you so happy? The Water Dragon King thought for a moment and felt that it was not a secret, so he said, Just now, the nether dragon venerable passed on a piece of Daluo's enlightenment to me, which increased my cultivation by tens of thousands of years, and, speaking of this, the water dragon king was a little excited. In addition to the enlightenment of the great Tao, the nether dragon venerable also told me that he would return from his slumbering place and return to the untainted land in tens of thousands of years. The Daluo Jinxian was the incarnation of the great Tao, the top fighting force in the untainted land. Even for a force like the dragon tribe, it was a great thing to have a Daluo Jinxian. No wonder the water dragon king was so happy. Then, congratulations, Swearin said enviously. If the human race also had a Daluo Jinxian, they would be able to leave the shores of the East Sea and expand outwards. They would not have to hide in this corner of the world and rely on the boundary left behind by Her Highness Nuwa to survive. Swearin swept away the distracting thoughts in his mind and invited Water Dragon King with a smile. Fellow Taoist, do you want to follow me back to the human race and wait for me there? Who knows when Her Highness will come out? There's no need. Her Highness will be coming out soon. Water Dragon King looked expectantly at Daluo's Tao domain. He wondered what kind of opportunity the princess had obtained. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a rift to appear in Daluo's Tao domain, and a 30,000-foot-long cloud dragon flew out from within. Cloud Dragon had 4 legs and 9 claws, and her body was glowing with a 7-colored light. She had the aura of an emperor, and as soon as she appeared, all the plants, rocks, and all living beings within thousands of miles showed signs of submission. They didn't dare to look at her directly. This was the form of the ancestral dragon. Looking at the cloud dragon in the sky, Feng Zichen and company were shocked. They knew that Ao Shui had obtained a great opportunity, but they didn't expect her bloodline to undergo ancestral awakening and transform into the form of the ancestral dragon. Her aptitude was not inferior to that of a pinnacle Khanate godfiend. Congratulations, Your Highness, for your bloodline undergoing ancestral awakening and stepping into the golden immortal realm. Water Dragon King immediately stepped forward and congratulated. Yes, that's right. By transforming into the form of the ancestral dragon, not only did Ao Shui make up for her innate deficiencies, but she also rose from the heaven immortal realm to the golden immortal realm, crossing over to the mystic immortal realm. If not for her young age, she would probably have stepped into the Tai Jinxian realm. Tai Jinxian was the realm of a pinnacle Khanate godfiend when they were born. Tao sounds rumbled in the world as joy spread. It was the joy of the great Tao for the birth of an additional Khanate godfiend in the world. Phantoms of godfiends appeared one after another, surrounding Ao Shui and giving her blessings. This was the godfiend's praise. Wisps of clouds descended from the sky and enveloped Ao Shui. Moments later, the clouds dispersed and a girl around the age of 11 or 12 walked out. She was dressed in a white palace robe. Ao Shui's cultivation had improved tremendously and she had transformed into a Tao form. Feng Zichen was a little envious when he saw this. This was the benefit of being a Khanate godfiend. Not only was there no heavenly tribulation, but there was also the great Tao's blessing. Unlike postnatal life forms, they had to go through the transformation tribulation first. After Ao Shui transformed, she turned around and ran to Feng Zichen and asked, "Zichen, am I beautiful?" "Very beautiful, very beautiful," Feng Zichen said half-heartedly. This girl's clothes were actually Khanate's spiritual treasures. How infuriating! What happened to being impartial? The heavenly Tao was no longer biased, it was discriminating against postnatal life forms. 3 years later, Ao Shui looked at the clay jar in Feng Zichen's hand and said, "Zichen, you must come to the Dragon Palace and play with me. Then," she added, "remember to bring the clay jar with you." Fearing that Feng Zichen did not understand her meaning, Feng Zichen was speechless. This gluttonous dragon was still thinking about eating when she was about to leave. Ao Shui had been in the human race for almost 200 years. During this time, the dragons in the Dragon Palace were almost crazy trying to find her. Now that they finally found her, they could not wait to bring her back to the Dragon Palace. Moreover, her bloodline had undergone ancestral awakening, and she had transformed into a 9-clawed cloud dragon. Her status was even more noble, and the dragon race would not allow her to wander outside the Dragon Palace. If not for the fact that the dragon race's Daluo Jinxian level dragon sovereign was not around, they would have moved her back to the Dragon Palace. Before leaving, the Water Dragon King suddenly thought of something and said to Feng Zichen, "Fellow Daoist, if you have time, why don't you come to the Dragon Palace and take a look? In 2,000 years, our race will open the inheritance treasure, the Dragon Gate. At that time, those who cross the Dragon Gate will have their bloodline purified. This will be very useful to you. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait for 1 eon." With that, the Water Dragon King took out a dragon scale and handed it to Feng Zichen. He asked Feng Zichen to contact him once he reached the Dragon Palace. Ao Shui also said, "That's right. There are many benefits to crossing the Dragon Gate. Don't forget to come. Don't worry about not being able to cross the Dragon Gate. When the time comes, I will lend you a secret treasure. I guarantee that you will cross the Dragon Gate." The Water Dragon King's mouth twitched when he heard Ao Shui's words. A treasure that could help people cross the Dragon Gate must be very precious. Feng Zichen was touched that Ao Shui was willing to lend it to him. Unfortunately, Ao Shui was interested in the clay jar. If it was any other treasure, Feng Zichen would have given it to him, but not the clay jar. This was the first man-made clay jar in the world. It was a merit spiritual treasure that was connected to the fate of the human race. In the future, it would be enshrined in the human race's divine palace to suppress the fate of the human race. No matter how touched Feng Zichen was, he could not give it away. After sending off Ao Shui and the Water Dragon King, Feng Zichen silently went to the Ziwei Peak. Originally, he could have followed Ao Shui and the others to the Dragon Palace, but Feng Zichen refused because he had something more important to do. Now, although the human race had stopped its endless reproduction, the appearance of the 10th generation of humans could no longer be stopped. As time passed, the 10th generation of humans would gradually become the mainstream of the human race, and what Feng Zichen wanted to do was related to them. Chapter 17. Before the Shaman and Demon Cataclysm, the Heavenly Tao did not like postnatal living beings and suppressed them in every possible way, even forbidding them from cultivating. However, the Heavenly Tao was flawed, and everything had a chance of survival. As long as one could seize this chance, they would be able to forge a way out. Feng Zichen was lucky. With the help of the Hong Meng Dao seal, he grasped this chance and comprehended the breathing technique from the Qilin beast. With this, he opened the door of cultivation. After hundreds of years of hard work, Feng Zichen finally created a relatively perfect cultivation system. Now, he wanted to pass down this path, and let more postnatal humans like him embark on the path of cultivation and strengthen the human race. Walking to Ziwei Peak, Feng Zichen took out a ball of connate essence from the realm of 5 elements. It was formed from the corpses of many connate divine beasts in the battlefield. That day, Feng Zichen had cultivated the connate divine light of 5 elements in the battlefield. He could not help but want to test the power of the divine light, so he shot out a beam of 5-colored divine light. The divine light spread across millions of miles and instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, turning the corpses of divine beasts and countless spirit herbs into pure connate qi that was absorbed into the realm of 5 elements. After returning from the battlefield, Feng Zichen first took out a few strands of connate qi of 5 elements and gave them to a few golden immortals of the human race to help them break through the Tai Jinxian. After that, he used the connate divine light of 5 elements to polish the connate qi and refine it into connate essence. The connate divine light of 5 elements was indeed a top divine ability of the primitive times. Under the circulation of the 5 elements, even the connate evil chi that was entangled with the connate chi was refined. Putting the connate essence in front of his eyes, Feng Zichen looked at it carefully. The power of creation flowed endlessly on it, and inside it, yin and yang rotated and the 5 elements cycled, explaining the truth of heaven and earth. It was very mysterious. Throwing the connate essence into the sky, Feng Zichen cast a divine ability and shouted in a deep voice, "Earth veins, condense!" As if the heavenly Tao had opened its mouth, the power of laws gathered. The surrounding earth veins immediately sensed it and gathered toward Ziwei Peak. Rumble! Ziwei Peak trembled continuously. It was growing taller and stronger. Fall. Seeing this, Feng Zichen spoke again. The primordial essence in the air burst out with thousands of rays of light and fell into the earth veins of Ziwei Peak. The primordial essence was made from the primordial essence of several Tai Jinxian and hundreds of golden immortals. The power it contained was terrifying. As soon as it fell into the earth vein, Ziwei Peak grew with the wind. In an instant it expanded 100 times, 1,000 times. After the Ziwei Peak grew to a height of 1,000,000 feet, it stopped growing. Instead, it kept shrinking. It only stopped when it shrank to a height of 100,000 feet. Endless mysterious light gushed out from Ziwei Peak and combined with the surrounding space. Layers of spatial barriers appeared, as if to isolate Ziwei Peak from the untainted world. This is the sign of advancing into a grotto heaven. Looking at this mysterious scene, Feng Zichen was overjoyed and exclaimed involuntarily, "Who would have thought that the power of the connate essence would be so strong that Ziwei Peak showed signs of being promoted to a grotto heaven?" The blessed enclave was a place favored by good fortune. The connate chi inside was rich, and all kinds of mysterious creation were born. It could be said to be an independent small world. The dojos of the top mighty figures of the untainted land were built on the blessed enclaves. Of course, even if Ziwei Peak was promoted to a grotto heaven, it would only be an ordinary one. It was far from the top grotto heaven of those mighty figures. But for the human race, an ordinary grotto heaven was enough. One had to know that there were many races stronger than the human race in the untainted land who yearned for a grotto heaven but couldn't. Signs of advancing into a grotto heaven didn't mean that it would succeed. Feng Zichen understood this and hurriedly raised his Dharma power to guide the power of Zhoshing. Purple light rose from Feng Zichen's body, and star gods walked out of his acupoints. They formed a Tao seal with their hands and attracted strands of starlight from Zhoshing. For a time, starlight fell into Ziwei Peak like rain. With the support of the starlight, the light emitted by Ziwei Peak became even brighter, and the formation of the spatial barrier became faster. There was even the sound of Tao, and auspicious qi appeared. However, Feng Zichen wasn't happy at all. Instead, he frowned and looked at the changes of Ziwei Peak solemnly. In the end, his strength was too low, and the starlight he could attract was limited. On the surface, Ziwei Peak's advancement seemed to be strong. But in fact, it was all supported by the connate essence. The starlight didn't have much effect at all. When the connate essence was exhausted, the momentum of Ziwei Peak's advancement would be interrupted, and the advancement would fail. Advancing into a grotto heaven was extremely beneficial to the human race. Who knew when the next opportunity would come? Feng Zichen would never allow Ziwei Peak's advancement to fail. In the Ziwei Palace, the Yang spirit activated the Hong Meng Dao seal with all its might. A blurry purple light illuminated his sea of consciousness. In the next moment, Feng Zichen entered a state of no joy or sorrow, merging with the great Tao of heaven and earth. He raised his right hand and used his finger as a pen, his mana as ink and the void as paper. Feng Zichen slowly drew in the air. A Tao pattern with a dragon's head, a human's body, and a snake's tail appeared in the air with Feng Zichen's movements. It was the word Tao. This font was not innate divine script, nor was it demonic or shaman script. It was Tao script. It had never appeared in the primordial world. It was a script that Feng Zichen had comprehended from the great Tao of heaven and earth. It belonged to the script of postnatal living beings. When the Tao script appeared, the world immediately lost its color. Boundless wind and clouds gathered above the human race's territory, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. The cries of ghosts and howls of gods were endless. Gusts of cold wind blew, as if it came from the bottom of the Nine Nether, making people feel a bone-chilling coldness. This phenomenon grew larger and larger, spreading out of the human race's territory. At this moment, the light screen flashed slightly, blocking the phenomenon within the human race's territory and not attracting the attention of the outside world. In the human race's territory, the ordinary human race looked at this scene in horror. They thought that the human race had angered the heavenly Tao, so they hurriedly prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed to the sky. They prayed for Nuwa's protection while praying for the heavenly Tao's forgiveness. The experts of the human race immediately discovered the source of the matter and rushed to Ziwei Peak. The heavenly Tao was indeed furious. Words carried the Tao, and the appearance of every word was stealing the creation of the world. However, words also had the use of describing the truth of the world, and it was of great benefit to the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, although the heavenly Tao was furious, it did not send down the heavenly punishment. Outside Ziwei Peak, the changes in the world did not affect Feng Zichen. He was still writing expressionlessly. Words appeared from his hands and jumped in the air. The phenomenon in the world did not last long and disappeared without a trace in a short while. After that, golden flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. All the Taos of the world appeared together and rumbled. In the sky, the Qi of merit gathered. With every word that Feng Zichen created, the Qi of merit became thicker. The human experts who had rushed here were shocked speechless when they saw this scene. Chapter 18. The Tao runes kept jumping in the air, as if they were happy about their birth. Feng Zichen flicked his finger, and the Tao runes in the air fell towards Ziwei Peak. Then, after the new Tao runes appeared, they automatically flew towards Ziwei Peak. When the Tao runes landed on Ziwei Peak, which had slowly stopped advancing because of the exhaustion of the connate essence, immediately changed. A wave of heaven and earth power descended on Ziwei Peak, helping it advance into a grotto heaven and evolve into the Xuanqi of creation. As more Tao runes were created by Feng Zichen and landed on Ziwei Peak, the power of heaven and earth became stronger and stronger. Under the influence of the power of heaven and earth, more earth veins surged out from the depths of the earth. Endless connate qi spewed out from the void, and the stars in the starry sky bloomed with bright light, all gathering towards Ziwei Peak. Amidst the rumbling Tao sounds, 10,000 Taos appeared at the same time, intertwining on Ziwei Peak, branding their own Tao marks on Ziwei Peak. The spatial barrier was shining and transforming, turning into a light screen that covered Ziwei Peak. This was the realm wall, the border of the grotto heaven. Its formation meant that Ziwei Peak had already formed its own heaven and earth. Although it relied on the primeval world, it was not on the primeval world, but in the boundless void. In the realm wall, space was rapidly expanding, and Ziwei Peak was also growing taller and stronger. In the outside world, Ziwei Peak was still the same size as usual. Immersed in the creation of the Tao runes, Feng Zichen could not feel the passage of time. When he woke up from the Tao realm, 12 years had already passed. 129,600 Tao runes shone brightly, emitting the aura of the great Tao. It was exactly the number of 1 yuan, and it was branded on Ziwei Peak. As for Ziwei Peak, it had completely advanced into a grotto heaven, leaving the primeval world and standing in the void of the primeval world. It could be seen but not touched. Suddenly, on Ziwei Peak, streaks of connate spiritual light flew out, intertwining and fusing with each other in the air. In the end, it formed a streak of connate inextinguishable spiritual light that fell into the connate spiritual pool on Ziwei Peak, giving birth to 23 connate divine restrictions. This was a connate spiritual treasure. Unexpectedly, the connate spiritual light in the bodies of those connate divine beasts could fuse with each other, giving birth to a streak of connate inextinguishable spiritual light. It just so happened that the Ziwei Peak's 10,000 Dao Daos fell, and a middle-grade connate spiritual treasure was born. This was really a pleasant surprise. Sensing that Feng Zichen had woken up, the dense Xian Huang virtue qi in the sky split into two. One flew towards Daowen, while the other flew towards him. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen waved his hand, and the 1 yuan Dao text immediately condensed into a ball. Wrapped in the black-yellow merit qi, it fell toward the innate spiritual pool on Ziwei Peak. A soft golden light flashed across, and the innate spirit pool had 10 new divine seals, turning into an upper-grade merit spirit treasure with 33 innate divine seals. Feng Zichen withheld the pain in his heart and waved his hand once again, causing the half of the Xian Huang Qi of virtue flying toward him to transform into Xian Huang Qi and merge with his heavenly abode. The paradise space expanded once again, and the laws of heaven and earth evolved at a faster pace. The space became even more stable. Spirit springs gushed out from the ground, and all sorts of strange flowers and plants grew at a crazy pace. Above the grotto heaven, projections of stars appeared one after another. Strands of starlight descended, accelerating the evolution of the grotto heaven. At this time, the humans came forward and said excitedly, "This is a grotto heaven? We humans actually have a grotto heaven. This is a sign of the human race's prosperity." For a moment, the human experts were shouting excitedly like children. Feng Zichen smiled slightly, somewhat understanding their feelings. He did not interrupt them, but walked to the side silently and closed his eyes to organize what he had gained. In order to create the Tao text, Feng Zichen had been in the state of Tao unification. All kinds of Tao insights automatically appeared in his mind, allowing him to gain a lot. He evolved the ideas in his mind into cultivation techniques and skills. Now, the grotto heaven was evolving, and it was a good opportunity to organize it. When the human experts saw this, they consciously lowered their voices and walked to the side, so as not to disturb Feng Zichen. In the blink of an eye, another few years had passed. On this day, a jade seal suddenly flew out from the Ziwei Peak and fell into Feng Zichen's hand. The jade seal was completely purple in color. Its upper body was located on the Ziwei Peak, while its lower body was squarish. The two words Zichen were engraved on it. It was an acquired spirit treasure with 30 acquired divine seals. This item was the Grotto Heaven treasure of Zichen Grotto Heaven. After refining this seal, one would become the master of the Grotto Heaven, and be in charge of everything in Zichen Grotto Heaven. Zichen Grotto Heaven was the Grotto Heaven formed by the Ziwei Peak. Because it was created by Feng Zichen, the heavenly Tao sensed it and gave it the name of Zichen. Standing up, Feng Zichen called out to the human experts in the distance, asking them to come over and enter Zichen Grotto Heaven together. Stroking the jade seal lightly, a door of light appeared in the void. Feng Zichen stepped in and the others quickly followed. In Zichen Grotto Heaven, the connate qi was extremely dense, almost turning into liquid. Taking a deep breath, one could feel a moist feeling. Moreover, the connate qi here was different from the outside world. It was abnormally peaceful, and could be absorbed by the acquired beings. Sensing this, Feng Zichen was very excited. He was originally worried that before the acquired human race reached the Divine Sea realm, they could not absorb connate qi, and could only rely on various spiritual items. It would be troublesome to find all kinds of spiritual items. Who would have thought that after opening Zichen Grotto Heaven, this problem would be perfectly solved. When the time came, he would gather the acquired human race in the grotto heaven and let them out after they opened the divine sea realm. Anyway, the grotto heaven was big enough, spanning tens of millions of miles. No matter how many people came, it could fit. Continuing to walk forward, what came into view was the towering Ziwei Peak. No, it should be called Ziwei Mountain now. The current Ziwei Mountain was about 1,000,000 feet tall and spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. It was not appropriate to call it a peak. At the top of the mountain, all kinds of great Tao principles were intertwined, explaining the secrets of the great Tao. There were also streams of chaotic essence qi hanging down and merging with the connate qi. Chaotic essence qi, the origin qi of heaven and earth. When heaven and earth were first created, the world was filled with chaotic essence qi. However, as the heavenly Tao was perfected, it gradually disappeared and turned into a grotto heaven. Now, only the top grotto heavens could produce chaotic essence qi. And Zichen grotto heaven, as a high-grade grotto heaven, could produce chaotic essence qi. It could only be said that the Xianwang merit qi had endless magical uses. Thinking about the connate merit spiritual treasure on Ziwei Mountain, Feng Zichen did not delay and flew straight to the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, traces of chaotic essence qi filled the air, causing all kinds of natural treasures to grow. In the middle, there was a spiritual pool that was flowing with colorful light. It was the high-grade merit spiritual treasure. Sensing Feng Zichen's arrival, a sense of joy came from the spiritual pool. This pool was combined with the Yuan Dao rune, which was equivalent to half of it being refined by Feng Zichen. Now that it saw him, it naturally felt very close and took the initiative to release the divine restriction for him to refine. Feng Zichen released his divine consciousness and came into contact with the spiritual pool. Everything about the spiritual pool automatically appeared in his mind. Chapter 19. The Creation Pool contained the Tao of Creation. It was a superior grade merit spiritual treasure with 33 innate divine seals. At the same time, it was also a rare heritage treasure. What was a heritage treasure? For example, the Dragon Gate and the Dragon Transformation Pool of the Dragon Race. Although they were not very powerful, they could suppress the dragon race's providence and purify the bloodline of all living beings. The Creation Pool was such a treasure. It did not have any power, but it could suppress providence and produce creation's spiritual liquid. Consuming it could improve one's aptitude and comprehension. Could also help one comprehend the Tao. Moreover, the Creation Pool had fused with the Tao rune and inherited its providence. In the future, if the Tao rune flourished, the Creation Pool would improve as well. It would evolve more innate divine seals and become a supreme-grade innate merit spiritual treasure. The Creation Pool released the seals on its own. Feng Zichen did not take long to refine the 33 innate divine seals and gain control of the Creation Pool. At this time, Feng Zichen finally had the time to look at the Creation Pool. The Creation Pool was not big. It was only 30 feet wide. Various colors flowed on its surface, and there were strands of creation qi hanging down. As he walked closer, the Creation Pool was not square like Feng Zichen had imagined. Instead, it was pentagonal. On each side, a divine beast's head stretched out and spat out the creation's spiritual liquid. The divine beasts were the 5 elements divine beasts. They were the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and qilin. They corresponded to the 5 elements of heaven and earth. In the pool, the creation's spiritual liquid emitted a white light. Waves of fragrance entered Feng Zichen's nose. He felt energized and was about to enter a state of enlightenment. Feng Zichen took out a drop of the creation's spiritual liquid and consumed it. Instantly, the power of creation spread in his body, cleansing his body and strengthening his origin. Feeling the powerful effects of the creation's spiritual liquid, Feng Zichen smiled. He did not continue exploring Zichen's grotto heaven and turned to leave. Originally, he planned to strengthen Ziwei Peak and pass down his legacy. Who knew that Ziwei Peak would gain the help of the Khanate essence and have the momentum to become a grotto heaven? Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Feng Zichen could only put aside his plan and focus on upgrading his grotto heaven. It took him more than 10 years to successfully open the grotto heaven. Although he was delayed for more than 10 years, Feng Zichen's harvest was undoubtedly huge. The opening of the grotto heaven directly solved the problem of postnatal living beings not being able to absorb pre-celestial qi, and also gave him the foundation to establish his own orthodoxy. The blessed enclave was created by the heaven and earth, and was born with the ability to gather fortune. This was also the reason why the great divines liked to set up dojos in the blessed enclave. The Daoyuo had formed their own Dao domain. If it wasn't for luck, why would they spend so much effort to build a dojo? Zichen's paradise was an upper-grade paradise in the untainted land. It was second only to the Taoist field of the top untainted land great mediums. Establishing a orthodoxy here would allow one to receive the blessings from Zichen's grotto heaven, which would greatly benefit the development of the orthodoxy. The Khanate creation pool was a superior grade Khanate merit numinous treasure. After Feng Zichen established his orthodoxy, he used it to stabilize his fate. Dao runes carried the great Dao of heaven and earth, and released the Khanate divine runes. Feng Zichen could use this to explain the heavenly 36 transformations and transform the Khanate divine runes into Dao runes for the human race to cultivate. 12 years of Dao enlightenment not only allowed Feng Zichen to create Dao runes, but also allowed him to comprehend several cultivation techniques. It was to the extent that after passing down his orthodoxy, only the stellar Dao scripture could be cultivated in the sect. In this way, the sect, the inheritance treasures, and the cultivation techniques were all present. It was the best time for him to pass down his orthodoxy. At the foot of Ziwei Mountain, Feng Zichen carved a stone into a platform and gathered all the postnatal humans in the human race's territory to pass down the celestial demon lineage. Celestial demon, the will of the innate celestial demon. Naming his orthodoxy celestial demon represented his determination to go against the Khanate heavens step by step and finally transform into an innate celestial demon. Because of Feng Zichen's identity as a postnatal living being, he was suppressed by the heaven and earth. Therefore, the path of cultivation he established was the path of transforming into an innate celestial demon. Sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, Feng Zichen taught everyone the 9 breaths qi absorption technique. This was the breathing technique he comprehended from the 9 breaths qi absorption technique of the heavenly 36 transformations. It was the most suitable breathing technique for the human race. Below, as Feng Zichen spoke, an inexplicable Taoist rhythm descended and enveloped everyone, helping them to comprehend the 9 breaths qi absorption technique and adjust their breathing rhythm. This was the first time the celestial demon orthodoxy was taught, and this was also the only time the heavenly Tao would give them such a benefit. Seeing this, Feng Zichen waved his hand and the creation pool on Ziwei Mountain trembled, spewing out all the creation spirit liquid, which turned into a spirit rain that fell on everyone. Everyone who was already immersed in the Tao opened their deity seas one after another with the help of the creation spirit liquid. For a moment, the sound of mountains collapsing and seas crashing could be heard, and thousands of divine lights shone upon each other. After the deity seas were opened, the next step was to choose one of the 3 major innate bloodlines of the human race and use it as a foundation to transform into the corresponding Tao body. Today, Feng Zichen's knowledge and experience were already different, and he naturally saw the essence of choosing a bloodline. Choosing a bloodline only allowed one to transform into a Tao body to better adapt to the environment of heaven and earth, and it did not necessarily mean that one had to walk the corresponding Tao. It was not like what he thought back then, where there was no turning back once one made a choice. While Feng Zichen was reminiscing about the past, many people had already chosen their bloodlines. On everyone's body, the power of creation surged, stars manifested, chilants roared, and soaring snakes breathed. Back when Feng Zichen broke through, because he was the founder, he was supported by the power of heaven and earth, which allowed him to evolve the supreme achievements of the three Taos. However, these humans did not have such an opportunity. If they were not the first generation of the celestial demon orthodoxy, with the support of Providence and the help of the creation spirit liquid, they would not even be able to evolve the shadows of stars and divine beasts. His successors in the future would not be so lucky. Feng Zichen had overcome all the difficulties of establishing a system, so how could they enjoy the same benefits? After waiting for 3 days, a total of 18,000 people opened their divine sea. Most of them had the creation bloodline, followed by the star bloodline and the earth bloodline. Feng Zichen understood. After all, Empress Nuwa was the holy mother of the human race, so naturally, many people yearned for her bloodline. Because of him, the star bloodline was more popular than the earth bloodline, so it was reasonable. After they stabilized their cultivation, Feng Zichen began to talk about the Tao and passed down the 5 elements Tao scripture. The 5 elements Tao scripture could be divided into 5 parts to cultivate, and it could also be combined into 5 parts. The choice was entirely dependent on one's own comprehension. After passing down the Tao scripture, Feng Zichen let them leave. They had just started on the path of Tao, and their lifespans were limited. They should focus on cultivation, and one cultivation technique was enough. After they left, Feng Zichen did not stay idle. He used the minor divine art and deduced the heavenly spirit 36 transformations, trying to translate the 36 transformations with Tao words. The minor divine art was a deduction technique that Feng Zichen comprehended from the movement of the stars. When he used this technique, the star gods in his body would also use this technique, greatly increasing his deduction ability. Chapter 20. On Ziwei Mountain, Feng Zichen spent 300 years deducing the Tiangang 36 transformations every day. However, he only managed to deduce 5 divine powers: the 5 elements' great escape, the earth-moving golden light, the wind and rain summoning, the shadowless standing upright, and the 5 thunders. After that, he gave up on the plan to continue deducing the Tiangang 36 transformations. After all, his realm was too low, resulting in slow progress. It would be a waste of time to continue deducing. If he had the time, it would be better to improve his realm. When his realm was high, the deduction speed would naturally increase. Besides, with the current strength of the human tribe, 5 was enough. Any more would be a disaster and not a blessing. Feng Zichen still understood the principle of treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. After all, in the untainted land, not every race had great divine powers. Since he stopped deducing the Tiangang 36 transformations, Feng Zichen could also free up his hands to do other things. Just as he was about to deduce a crafting technique, he discovered a mystical power gathering around him. He tried to come into contact with this power. In an instant, a noisy voice sounded in Feng Zichen's heart, making him tremble violently. This is the power of faith. The power of faith, also known as the power of incense and wish, was the foundation of the acquired divine path and the source of its divine power. Sensing the power of faith, various ideas flashed rapidly in Feng Zichen's mind. The acquired divine path only appeared after the investiture of the gods. It was now the age of witches and demons, and the acquired divine path had not yet been born. Since the acquired divine path would appear sooner or later, why not create it himself and occupy the position of Tao ancestor? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen immediately made a decision and started deducing the acquired divine path with all his might. At the same time, all the records about the power of faith in his previous life appeared in his mind, helping him to create the acquired divine path. 100 years later, the power of faith around Feng Zichen suddenly began to distort, and finally formed a figure that was exactly the same as Feng Zichen, releasing the pressure of a divine immortal. This was a divine path clone that Feng Zichen had refined using the power of faith. As soon as it was born, it had the cultivation of the celestial stage, which was even higher than his original body. The main purpose of refining the power of faith into a clone was to receive the power of faith and prevent the main body from being contaminated by the power of faith. After all, there had always been a rumor in the later generations that incense was poisonous. They had to guard against it. The appearance of the divine Tao avatar meant that Feng Zichen had already established the post-celestial divine Tao. Immediately, the heavenly Tao sensed it, and boundless merits descended. The essence of the post-celestial Tao was to maintain the order of the heaven and earth, and was favored by the heavenly Tao. It was unlike the celestial Tao created by Feng Zichen, which damaged the heaven and earth to strengthen himself and was hated by the heavenly Tao. So, not only did the heaven Tao not send down heavenly punishment, it even bestowed him a high-grade natural spirit treasure, the myriad god diagram. It was used by Feng Zichen to suppress the destiny of the post-celestial Tao. Putting away the Pantheon painting, Feng Zichen activated the merit spirit light and injected the Xian Wang merit qi into it. Immediately, the merit spirit light emitted a bright light and produced 6 more post-celestial divine seals, upgrading it to a supreme-grade post-celestial spiritual treasure. At this time, the merit spirit light already had 42 post-celestial divine seals. Even if Daluo Jingxian came, he would have to pay a high price to break through its defense. At this point, although Feng Zichen's realm was low, he had obtained the capital to establish himself in the primordial world. Even if an existence had the ability to kill him, after seeing his merit that was comparable to Daluo Jingxian, they would have to consider whether they could withstand the backlash of the negative karma after killing him. After refining the divine Tao avatar, Feng Zichen used it to oversee the Ziwei mountain and deduce various cultivation techniques. He hid behind the scenes and secretly observed. Decades later, seeing that the avatar was overseeing the Ziwei mountain and did not cause any problems, Feng Zichen left the human race and went to the East Sea. The edge of the human race's territory was the shore of the East Sea. Along the way, with the protection of the barrier set up by Nuwa, Feng Zichen did not encounter any trouble and smoothly arrived at the East Sea. There was no water in the world that was greater than the sea. When the rivers flowed, one did not know when they would stop. When the tail flowed, one did not know when it would stop. Spring and autumn did not change, and one did not know whether there was water or drought. The flow of rivers was immeasurable. Standing on the vast East Sea, Feng Zichen only felt that the East Sea was huge and could not be compared to the world. At this time, more than 500 years had passed since Ao Shui left. There were still more than 1,400 years before the Dragon Gate opened. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen was not in a hurry to go to the Dragon Palace. He planned to take a look around the East Sea first. Now, the 3 pure ones had yet to become saints. Taoist Shangqing was still in the Kunlun Mountain and had not moved to the East Sea. The countless immortal islands in the East Sea had yet to be occupied by the immortals of the Jie school. He could try his luck and see if he could find a few connate numinous treasures. Feng Zichen was very confident in his luck. No, he was very confident in his merit. Those with great merit would definitely have great luck. Those with great luck would be favored by heaven and earth. They could turn a disaster into an auspicious one and trigger opportunities from all directions. These were all recognized by the Eldritch world. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen flew towards the depths of the East Sea. However, he had not gone far when a huge tentacle broke through the surface of the sea and whipped towards him with a ferocious aura. Seeing this, Feng Zichen's mind moved. Hundreds of sword lights flew out from his divine aperture and cut the tentacle into pieces. After that, he flicked his finger and the sea in front of him immediately separated, revealing a ferocious octopus. Its ferocious aura was not weaker than that of a celestial immortal. 5 fingers grabbed at the air. The sword lights in the air gathered in Feng Zichen's hand and formed a purple sword. He gently swung the sword at the octopus. A dazzling sword light flashed and the octopus was split into 2. This was Zichen's sword. It was made by Feng Zichen by gathering the light of the stars. It was an acquired numinous treasure with 12 divine restrictions. A furnace flew out from his body and sucked in the octopus's corpse, refining it into pure Khanate Qi. This was the heaven and earth furnace, Feng Zichen's innate divine ability. After casually dealing with this ferocious beast, Feng Zichen did not leave. Several more ferocious beasts surrounded him. Fortunately, these ferocious beasts were not at a high level. They were all in the celestial immortal realm. His right hand formed a seal and a bolt of 10,000 elephant divine thunder was shot out. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers appeared at the same time, killing a ferocious beast on the spot. In the void, endless starlight fell and formed a huge handprint. Accompanied by the shadows of the 5 emperors, it pressed down on a ferocious beast. "Destroy!" Feng Zichen said softly. The power of heaven and earth appeared and killed a ferocious beast. In the blink of an eye, several more ferocious beasts were killed. However, the ferocious beasts seemed to be endless. After killing one, another immediately took its place. Not far away, a few mystic immortal realm ferocious beasts rushed over. Feng Zichen also forgot that the 4 seas were not peaceful now. When the eye of the sea was violent, the ferocious beasts in the deep sea took the opportunity to destroy the surrounding sea. Although the Dragon Emperor led many Daluo experts of the Dragon Clan to suppress the eye of the sea and kill the ferocious beasts, the 4 seas were so big. How many Dragon Clan experts were there? Therefore, the main targets of the experts of the Dragon Tribe were the ferocious beasts of the primordial unity golden immortal realm. 4 ferocious beasts of the heaven immortal realm and Xian immortal realm, they would kill them easily if they ran into them. Therefore, there were many ferocious beasts wandering in the sea. Chapter 21. Even though there was an endless stream of ferocious beasts, Feng Zichen didn't feel annoyed. He hadn't had a good fight since he was born. He hadn't really used his divine abilities before this. Now, he could use these ferocious beasts to test the might of his divine abilities and see how strong he was. After killing another ferocious beast with the 10,000 divine lightning, several mystic immortal realm ferocious beasts rushed over. Mystic Tao. The mystic immortal realm was different from the heavenly immortal realm. A mystic immortal's attack already carried the power of the great Tao. This time, Feng Zichen didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly activated the 3 treasures of the purple mystic to defend himself. Zichen's sword erupted with a resplendent sword light and slashed at a snake-shaped ferocious beast. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. Zichen's sword slashed at the snake-shaped ferocious beast, but it didn't even break a single scale. Feng Zichen wasn't surprised. They were 2 realms apart, and Zichen's sword was only a low-grade acquired spirit treasure. It was normal that it couldn't break through the defense of a mystic immortal. It would be a problem if it could. After estimating the defense of a mystic immortal realm ferocious beast, Feng Zichen tossed out the 10,000 divine scepter. The scepter grew with the wind and was already 30,000 meters long when it arrived in front of the ferocious beast. It carried thousands of starlight as it pressed down on the snake-shaped ferocious beast. With just one strike, the ferocious beast's head cracked and its true spirit shattered. What a treasure! Feng Zichen was secretly delighted when he saw the might of the 10,000 divine scepter. Then, the 10,000 divine scepters spun in the air and transformed into a 10,000 divine sword that swung at another ferocious beast. The sword light shot out and manifested all things. Silently, the ferocious beast was split into two. Then, the 10,000 divine scepter transformed again and transformed into a 10,000 divine Tao bell. The Tao bell was 30,000 meters long and was completely purple. Strands of 10,000 divine qi hung down from the bell and evolved into the universe. Clang! The Tao bell shook lightly and let out a long bell sound. The 10,000 divine qi swept out and formed the scene of creation and destruction. The surrounding ferocious beasts were shattered. At this point, all the surrounding beasts had been killed by Feng Zichen. The heaven and earth furnace flew out and collected all the corpses in the sea. Feng Zichen did not linger. He turned into a streak of light and rushed towards the depths of the East Sea. Not long after, a mysterious feeling appeared in his mind. Feng Zichen was overjoyed, thinking that his opportunity had arrived. He hurriedly followed the feeling in his heart. Several years later, in a certain part of the East Sea, Feng Zichen's Tao bell, which was formed from the virtuous virtue spirit light, struggled to advance. From time to time, a divine ability would be unleashed from the void around him, causing the profound yellow spiritual light to shake incessantly. One had to know that the yellow divine light was a supreme-grade spirit treasure that could block Daluo Jinxian's attack. The fact that these divine abilities were able to shake the Tao bell was a testament to their power. Feng Zichen followed the feeling in his heart and flew in the East Sea for several years before arriving at a vast sea. As soon as he entered this place, before he could investigate the situation, streams of chaotic qi filled the void. Earth, fire, water, and wind appeared together. Connate Tao patterns intertwined and formed. It was as if the world had been reopened, enveloping Feng Zichen. After that, several divine abilities appeared and attacked Feng Zichen. If not for the fact that the virtuous virtue spirit light automatically appeared at the critical moment and turned into a Tao bell to protect Feng Zichen, he would have been torn to pieces. That was why the scene before him had happened. Withstanding hundreds of attacks, Feng Zichen continued to move forward for hundreds of miles. He felt the world change, and when he came back to his senses, he was no longer on the sea, but on a piece of land. Feeling the earth vein qi under his feet, Feng Zichen was sure that this was not an illusion, but real ground. There were countless immortal islands in the East Sea, but there were only a few immortal islands hidden in the void and protected by connate arrays. Could this be the legendary Three Immortal Island? Three Immortal Island. Legend had it that the immortal island evolved from the chaotic fragments was not inferior to the top grotto heavens in the primordial world. Moreover, there were countless treasures on the island, including several connate spirit treasures. Was he going to strike it rich? At the thought of this, Feng Zichen was overjoyed and couldn't help but look around. However, after looking around, his heart sank even more. On the ground, there were bursts of immortal light, and the connate qi condensed into clouds. All kinds of connate Tao manifested, making it look like an immortal's home. However, these were all appearances. The ground was full of devastation, and wisps of earthly fiend qi surged out from the cracks in the ground, covered by the immortal light. Wherever the immortal light shrouded, there were ruins. From the remnants of the ruins, one could vaguely see the shadow of the immortal land of the past. This place must have been a blessed land of immortals, but it was destroyed for some reason. The connate qi condensed into clouds, which was formed by the death of a large number of connate lifeforms. The manifestation of the connate Tao was the manifestation of the connate God-fiend Tao transformation. Moreover, from the number of connate Tao, there was definitely more than one connate God-fiend Tao transformation. As he continued to go deeper, Feng Zichen even felt the sorrow coming from the great Tao, which meant that Daluo Jinxian had fallen here. Sure enough, not long after, two Daluo Tao domains appeared in front of him. However, the situation of these two Daluo Dao domains seemed to be a little bad. Back then, Feng Zichen had seen the dark Nether Dao domain. The great Dao was like the heavens, and its might was inviolable, making people not dare to look directly at it. However, these two Dao domains were extremely dilapidated, and all kinds of auras spread out in all directions. Even the great Dao could not be condensed. On top of them, there was also the image of the sun formed by the Dao of Sun, constantly bombarding the Dao domains, making them unable to repair themselves. How ruthless! Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen felt a chill in his heart. Daluo Jingxian was immortal and indestructible, but it did not mean that they could not be sealed. It was obvious that these two Daluo Jingxian had fought with their enemies and were defeated, so they were sent to a place of slumber, waiting for the day of their revival. As for their opponents, they had deliberately left their great Daos here, constantly bombarding their precept domains and preventing their great Daos from reuniting. They wanted them to fall into a deep slumber forever, never to return. As he continued forward, the sorrow from the great Dao became even stronger. Rays of pure yang immortal light appeared, and pure yang origin energy filled the air. Dong! Between heaven and earth, a drawn-out bell sounded. The sound seemed to come from ancient times and go to eternity, ringing in Feng Zichen's ears. At that moment, time seemed to have frozen, and the great Dao seemed to have stopped circulating as boundless power descended. The Dao bell formed by the merit spirit light trembled violently, almost collapsing. Feng Zichen looked at the Dao bell in fear, afraid that it would collapse. If even the merit spirit light that could block the Daluo Jinxian's attack could not block this attack, then one could imagine what would happen to him. Fortunately, this attack was only the aftermath of a divine power from the past. After a long period of time, its power was no longer as strong as before. Therefore, although the merit spirit light trembled violently, it still managed to block it. The Donghuang Bell. The moment the bell rang, the name of the Donghuang Bell appeared in Feng Zichen's mind. This power that condensed time and suppressed all Daos must have come from the Donghuang Bell. The East Sea, the fall of the Godfiends, the Dao of Sun, and the Donghuang Bell. With these clues connected, Feng Zichen immediately knew where this place was. Chapter 22. Zifu Prefecture. It was the dojo of the ancient god, Donghuang Kung. Donghuang Kung, also known as General Dongmu, was the embodiment of the Tao of Yang, the leader of all male immortals. Zifu Prefecture was where he commanded all the male immortals. Just as Feng Zichen was thinking, a sun rose in the center of Zifu Prefecture. Its light was blazing, and its power was immeasurable, illuminating all corners of the world. Above the sun, Dharma and truth intertwined, evolving the Tao of Yang. This was not a sun, it was clearly the Khanate Yang origin. It was only because its light was too bright that people mistook it for the sun. This was formed by Donghuang Kung's origin after his death. As long as one could refine the Khanate Yang origin, they would be able to transform into a Khanate godfiend born from the Tao of Yang, and be born with Daluo Jinxian's cultivation. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen threw this unrealistic thought to the back of his mind. Even Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals were immortal, let alone a sage to be like Tung Wang Kung. Such an existence, even if they died, had all kinds of methods to revive. Moreover, even if Feng Zichen had the ability to get the Khanate Yang origin and refine it, it was still uncertain whether he or Donghuang Kung would be the one to wake up in the end. How could such an existence that had lived for billions of years not have a backup plan? If it was easy to refine the Khanate Yang origin, why didn't Donghuang Tai take it away? Instead, he left it here and let it evolve on its own. Wasn't this clearly saying that there was something wrong with the Khanate Yang origin? The Khanate Yang origin rose higher and higher, and just as it was about to rush out of Zifu Prefecture, endless Tao patterns suddenly gathered in the sky, forming a giant golden bell. On the bell, there were the sun, moon, and stars revolving, and the scene of the Thousand Demon Dynasty. The Dongwang Bell, one of the three great heaven-opening treasures, the Bell of Chaos. The Dongwang Bell vibrated gently, and a supreme power descended, suppressing the Khanate Yang origin. The golden light on the Khanate Yang origin became even brighter, as if it was burning, trying its best to resist the suppression of the Dongwang Bell. Unfortunately, the Khanate Yang origin was no match for the Dongwang Bell. After a loud sound, the Khanate Yang origin fell back into the depths of Zifu Prefecture, and a lot of origin chi escaped. At this moment, Feng Zichen discovered that something was amiss. Tung Wang Kung's true spirit aura was nowhere to be found in the Supreme Yang origin. This meant that even if Tung Wang Kung returned in the future, his strength would be greatly reduced without the origin of Yang. This way, he would not be able to defeat the Dongwang Tai. Not only that, without the true spirit residing in the extreme Yang origin source, there was no guarantee that a new innate god wouldn't be born. By then, Dongwang Kung would return and a new innate god would be born from the extreme Yang origin source. That would be fun. For the right to explain the Tao of extreme Yang, there would definitely be many disputes between the two. No wonder Dongwang Tai did not take away the origin of extreme Yang. It was not because there was a problem with the origin of extreme Yang. Since I can't stop your resurrection, I'll nurture a natural enemy for you. Even if I can't kill you, I'll annoy you to death. After living with Ao Shui for 100 years, Feng Zichen learned a lot of secrets from her and corrected a lot of common sense. For example, after Daluo Jingxian attained the Tao, it did not mean that his descendants could not attain the Tao. It was just that it was more difficult. Otherwise, how could there be so many Khanate fiend gods of the same class? When a person attained the Tao, their Tao would appear in front of others with their image. For example, the Tao of the 5 elements would appear in front of others in the form of the 5 elements divine beast. If the later generations wanted to attain the Tao, they would have to defeat the Tao of their predecessors and imprint their image in the Tao. For example, after the ancestral shaman attained the Tao, another image would appear in the Tao of the 5 elements. Usually, the first person to attain the Tao was the easiest. They would imprint their image in the Tao. The second person would have to defeat the projection imprinted in the Tao to attain the Tao. The third person would have to defeat 2 projections, and so on. The further one went, the harder it would be. In the school of the Emperor Star, the Hong Meng Dao seal vibrated gently, guiding Feng Zichen to find the origin chi emitted by the extreme Yang origin source. Here, the Hong Meng Dao seal did not dare to act recklessly, lest it attract the attention of the Dongwang Bell's projection and be suppressed by it. Feng Zichen raised his merit spirit light and carefully avoided the spatial rift. He followed the primordial seal's guidance and searched for the innate Yang origin chi. Looking at the mess in the Zifu Prefecture, Feng Zichen's heart was filled with sorrow. The Zifu Prefecture was full of treasures and endless spiritual opportunity. It was known as the first blessed land in East Sea. The later generations even called the Dantian the Zifu Prefecture, which showed its influence. Dongwang Gong was born as an innate god. He was one of the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace and one of the few sage to be in the Eldritch world. Back then, in the Purple Cloud Palace, the Tao ancestor had personally conferred him as the leader of the male immortals and the Queen Mother as the leader of the female immortals. The Tao ancestor had even given him the dragon-headed cane and the Queen Mother the Western Cloud boundary flag so that they could manage the immortals. With a top-notch background, a top-notch blessed land, a top-notch identity, and a top-notch goddess accompanying him, Dongwang Gong's life could be said to be perfect. However, such a good hand of cards had been destroyed by him. As long as he stayed in until the end of the witch-demon tribulation, he would be able to ascend to the throne of the Celestial Emperor with his identity as the leader of the male immortals. However, he ignored the Queen Mother's obstruction and gathered the immortals of the primordial world to establish the Zifu Prefecture in the Zifu Prefecture. He was in the limelight for a while. When the Tao ancestor opened the celestial gate, the 3,000 mortal guests could all be called immortals. The title of the leader of the male immortals made Dong Wanggong forget himself. Therefore, he established the Zifu Prefecture during the period when the Heavenly Court was developing vigorously and went against the Heavenly Court. He thought that with the name of the Tao ancestor, he could suppress all the Khanate godfiends. However, he did not know that this action deeply offended the gods of the Heavenly Court. After that, things were much simpler. He casually found a reason. Dong Wanggong had lost his virtue. Dong Wangtai held the Eastern Emperor Bell and attacked the Zifu Prefecture when Dong Wanggong gathered the immortals. There was no suspense in the battle. In the era where saints did not appear, Dong Wangtai, who held the Eastern Emperor Bell, could be said to be invincible. He alone had flattened the Zifu and turned the Zifu Prefecture into its current state. Strength. Once again, Feng Zichen understood the importance of strength. Even Sage-to-be had the possibility of dying, let alone a weak ant like him. In the Purple Mansion state, Feng Zichen spent 3 years and finally collected all the origin qi of the extreme yang origin scattered everywhere. The Hong Meng Dao seal flickered slightly and absorbed the origin qi that Feng Zichen collected into it. It refined into a ray of yang divine light and passed it to his yang spirit. In an instant, all kinds of insights about the Tao of Yang appeared in Feng Zichen's heart. At the same time, an ancient image recorded in the origin of Yang appeared in front of his eyes. In the Zifu Prefecture, there were bursts of celestial music and thousands of rays of light. Between the continuous palaces, countless immortals came and went. It was very lively. Suddenly, a blurry giant holding a golden bell appeared in the sky above the Zifu Prefecture. Without any words, the giant rang the golden bell 12 times in a row. Suddenly, time and space froze, the great Tao fell silent, and the Zifu Prefecture was destroyed. Chapter 23. When the bell rang 3 times, the Purple Mansion Prefecture's array was broken. When the bell rang 6 times, all the Khanate lifeforms perished. When the bell rang 9 times, Daluo Jinxian perished. When the bell rang 12 times, Dong Wanggong perished. At this point, the once prosperous Purple Mansion was destroyed by Dong Wangtai, which also showed the strength of the heavenly courts. As for Dong Wanggong, an expert of the Sage-to-be realm, he was powerless against Dong Wangtai, who held the Bell of Chaos. The power of the Khanate Absolute Treasure was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the mighty figures of the primordial world. In the Purple Mansion Prefecture, Feng Zichen used the power of the Hong Meng Dao seal to recreate the scene of the past from the qi of the origin of Yang. He unconsciously sank into enlightenment. When the Eastern Emperor Bell rang in the image, it was as if the Tao of spacetime had appeared before him. All kinds of enlightenment about spacetime flooded into his mind, helping him to understand the Tao of spacetime. The bell rang 12 times consecutively, all of them ringing in Feng Zichen's ears like Tao sounds, making the Tao of spacetime clearer, and more enlightenment emerged. The Hong Meng Dao seal glowed slightly, recording the 12 bell rings, causing them to ring continuously in Feng Zichen's sea of knowledge. It was as if he was traveling in the river of spacetime, and his whole person was immersed in the Tao of spacetime. Naturally, several mystiques related to spacetime appeared automatically in the Heavenly Dipper 36 transformations, deepening Feng Zichen's understanding of the Tao of spacetime. Sun Reversal could see through the heavens, illuminating the Jambu realm and billions of eternal sand world. It could show the past, present, and future. Future Reversal could see through the past, present, and future. It could see through heaven's secrets, predict the future, and know the fate of all living beings. It could fly and hide from the world, wandering between heaven and earth. It was free and unhindered, and the ability to appear at will. Standing shadowless, concealing the body, it is said that the sun and the moon do not have a shadow. Because it is hidden in the void, it does not have a physical body, so it can render all attacks ineffective. Diving into the abyss and shrinking the earth could come and go freely in deep water without obstruction. It could shrink the earth veins and exist thousands of miles away. These sacred arts circulated in Feng Zichen's mind. The Tao of spacetime was no longer mysterious in front of him. This allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the Tao of spacetime. In the primordial world, 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Feng Zichen, who had been comprehending the Tao for many years, suddenly became blurry. It was as if he had been isolated from the world and was residing in the void. In the next moment, his figure vanished silently, and only an afterimage remained on the spot. When he appeared once more, he was already 5,000 kilometers away. 300 years of comprehending the Tao had not only allowed Feng Zichen to have great achievements in the Tao of time and space, but it had also allowed him to completely master these divine abilities. It could be said that his gains were huge. At the center of his brows, a beam of innate yang light shone. This was the innate yang divine light, and it was condensed from the innate yang source energy. It was capable of destroying all techniques and cleansing all yin energy. In the future, if he could find the innate yin origin qi and cultivate the innate yin divine light, he would be able to cultivate the innate yin divine light. As the saying goes, when yin and yang combine, all things are born. Therefore, yin and yang contained all things, and all things were within yin and yang. Wherever the innate yin divine light passed, the universe would repeat itself, and all things would return to the void. It was even more powerful than the innate five elements divine light. After sorting out his gains, Feng Zichen looked at the innate godfiend's corpse. Innate godfiends were born from the great Tao and were directly nurtured by the great Tao's origin. They were destined to become Daoyuo. Not only could the great Tao's origin give birth to innate godfiends, but it could also give birth to innate spiritual treasures. It could be said that every innate godfiend could be refined into an innate spiritual treasure. However, innate godfiends were protected by the world, and it was not appropriate to kill them. Furthermore, the top divine abilities of the primordial world were all innate godfiends. Who would dare to risk the world's condemnation and capture innate godfiends to refine innate spiritual treasures? Wouldn't they be afraid of being besieged by innate godfiends? However, just because innate godfiends couldn't be refined into innate spiritual treasures didn't mean that they couldn't be refined into innate spiritual treasures. There were many innate godfiends killed by Donghuang Tai in the Purple Mansion. These innate godfiends were weak and could only be turned into innate spiritual treasures or inferior grade innate spiritual treasures. Donghuang Tai might not be interested in them, but Feng Zichen was. Now that the human race had just been born, any innate spiritual treasure could greatly increase the human race's strength. Feng Zichen didn't believe that there wouldn't be more than a few innate spiritual treasures here. Feng Zichen walked to the innate godfiend's corpse and cast out the Hongmeng Dao seal. Immediately, purple light sprinkled down and enveloped the innate godfiend's corpse. Hongmeng was the beginning of the world and the beginning of all things. The Hongmeng Qi contained the power to give birth to all things, and it could accelerate the speed of innate spiritual treasures. As expected, after the innate godfiend's corpse came into contact with the Hongmeng Qi, a Tao fetus was formed. The innate indestructible spiritual light flickered in the Tao fetus, a sign that an innate spiritual treasure was being nurtured. After keeping the Tao fetus, Feng Zichen walked to the other innate godfiend's corpse and continued what he was doing. He didn't know how long it would take for the innate spiritual treasure to be born. Feng Zichen planned to place these Tao fetus on the Ziwei mountain after the Eastern Sea incident was over. With the help of Zichen's secular world's chaos qi, their growth could be accelerated. Perhaps, with the help of the Chaos Chi, their quality could be improved even further. Ho! Just as Feng Zichen continued to collect the innate godfiend's corpses, a crimson figure pounced at him. With a wave of his hand, Feng Zichen struck the crimson figure with the 10,000 divine lightning, knocking it back a few steps. Only then did Feng Zichen get a clear look at it. The monster was humanoid with a huge crimson eye on its face. Its body was shrouded in thick baleful qi and resentment, faintly emitting a dark red light. Feng Zichen, who was planning to use the innate spiritual treasure, quickly gave up on the idea after seeing the baleful qi and resentment. Baleful qi was the best at suppressing spiritual light. Be it a human or a spiritual treasure, once touched by baleful qi, their strength would drop or even drop in level. He did not want to damage his spiritual treasure because of this. The innate yang divine light swept out from between his eyebrows, triggering the innate yang divine light to destroy the baleful qi monster. This monster was born from the combination of the innate godfiend's resentment and baleful qi after its death. It was naturally afraid of the innate yang divine light. The innate yang divine light was its nemesis. After the monster died, it left a dark red crystal on the ground. With a grab, the dark red crystal flew into Feng Zichen's hand. Sensing the baleful qi contained within, Feng Zichen's heart skipped a beat. If this was thrown out as a hidden weapon, even a golden immortal would suffer a great loss if he was unprepared. In the blink of an eye, several vicious refining methods of Dharma treasures flashed through his mind. However, using baleful qi to refine treasures was a method used by fiendish Tao cultivators. In the primordial world, the immortal Tao was the dominant force. If someone discovered that he used baleful qi to refine treasures, he would be in big trouble. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen put away the baleful qi crystal and continued to search for the innate godfiend's corpses. However, after what happened just now, he was much more careful. Since one monster could appear, there was no guarantee that a second one would not appear. Chapter 24. Dozens of years later, Feng Zichen searched the entire Zifu prefecture and found a total of 15 innate gods' corpses. During this period of time, he killed hundreds of ferocious creatures and collected a lot of ominous qi crystals. After keeping the Tao fetus, Feng Zichen didn't leave the Zifu prefecture. Instead, he wandered around the Zifu prefecture. There were countless celestial islands in the Eastern Sea, among which the Three Immortal Island was the most prominent. Legend had it that the Three Immortal Island was formed from the fragments of the primal chaos. It contained endless fortunes and was hidden in the Eastern Sea. Since ancient times, countless innate gods had come to the Eastern Sea to search for it, but none of them could find it. The Three Immortal Island was protected by an array formation that could block the heavenly secrets and prevent outsiders from spying on it. Those who weren't fated couldn't enter. Feng Zichen didn't know if he was fated or not. However, he knew from the records of the later generations that the Three Immortal Island was near the Zifu prefecture. After casting the Hong Meng Dao seal, Feng Zichen wandered around the Zifu prefecture, trying to sense the location of the Three Immortal Island through the Hong Meng Dao seal. The Hong Meng Qi was the first Qi that was born from nothing. It was the source of the Tao, the beginning of everything. Therefore, no great Tao could escape his perception. Not long after wandering around the Zifu prefecture, the Hong Meng Dao seal burst out a Hong Meng Qi, enveloping Feng Zichen and breaking open a space. In the void, the primal chaos qi filled the air, and everything was hazy. Here, the innate Tao patterns were densely packed. The heaven and earth were in disorder, and the 5 elements were out of balance. Between the 5 elements, destructive qi swept out. The Khanate tripartite array. The protective array of the Three Immortal Island. The Hong Meng Dao seal wrapped around Feng Zichen, and it seemed to have merged with the Khanate tripartite array. Destructive qi passed through his body, but it didn't cause him any harm. It was very miraculous. Feng Zichen saw this. In the school of the Emperor's Star, his yang god shone with purple light, and he had a new understanding of the Hongmeng Dao. After some time, the Hongmeng Dao seal shook and brought Feng Zichen out of the Khanate tripartite array and to an island. The Xiantian Qi on the island was very rich, and there were countless exotic flowers and plants. All kinds of spirits were playing around, and they were very happy. Not far away, there was a stone tablet engraved with the words Pring Lai. Is this Peng Lai? Its name is indeed. Standing on the Peng Lai island, Feng Zichen was filled with emotions. Peng Peng of Tao of the Tao, the island of the immortal island, Peng Mountain, it was even mountains heaven. The Pring Ping heaven. In the center of the island, there was a spiritual spring that spewed out chaotic qi, which combined with the Khanate qi in the island and nourished all living beings on the island. Feng Zichen flew towards the center of the island. Wherever the chaotic qi gathered, there were either Khanate spiritual treasures or Khanate spiritual root. Before he got close, Feng Zichen could already smell a refreshing fragrance that refreshed his mind. Khanate spiritual roots. Smelling the fragrance, Feng Zichen was overjoyed. Khanate spiritual treasures were precious, but Khanate spiritual roots were even rarer. Ever since Zichen's heaven was opened, Zhong Yu wanted to find a Khanate spiritual root and plant it on Ziwei Mountain to strengthen the origin of Zichen's heaven and strengthen the fate of the human race. However, Khanate spiritual roots were even rarer than Khanate spiritual treasures. Even though Feng Zichen had the memories of the future, he was born too late. Most of the Khanate spiritual roots in his memory were born long ago, and each had their own master. As for the rest, he only knew their names and effects, but he did not know where they were. Now that he was on Penglai Island, he was satisfied with just a single Khanate spiritual root. When he reached the center of the island, he saw a chaotic spiritual spring spewing out chaotic qi. On it, white lotus flowers were budding, and the fragrance that Feng Zichen smelled came from them. This is the 12th stage white lotus of purification. In a flash, Feng Zichen rushed to the side of the spiritual spring and looked at the 12th stage white lotus in shock. The white lotus bloomed in the spiritual spring and emitted a refreshing fragrance. It was surrounded by a mysterious aura, and there were even great Tao rules surrounding it. The qi of purity overflowed, making it seem sacred and inviolable. Looking at the white lotus of purification in the spiritual spring, Feng Zichen was very excited. He thought of all kinds of spiritual roots, but he did not expect it to be this treasure. The 12th stage white lotus of purification was a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. Its defense was unparalleled, and it could purify all things. It was the nemesis of all evil qi. In the past, when Pangu created the world, the green lotus of creation could not withstand the pressure and shattered in the primordial world. Its lotus leaves turned into the 5 flags of heaven and earth, and 4 lotus seeds fell into the primordial world, turning into the 4 lotus platforms. These 9 spiritual treasures were supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures, and they had the function of suppressing destiny. The 12th stage white lotus of purification was formed by one of the lotus seeds. It was said that when the 4 lotus platforms combined, they could form the 24th stage green lotus of creation. Unfortunately, this was only a thought. Not to mention that the heavenly Tao would not allow the green lotus of creation to reappear. The owners of the other 3 lotus platforms were not people he could provoke. The other 3 lotus platforms were the 12th stage black lotus of destruction, which had disappeared in the primordial world with the fiend ancestor. The 12th stage red lotus of karma fire, which was born in the blood sea and was now in the hands of the blood sea lord, Ming He. The 12th stage golden lotus of merit, which was given to the 4 sages by the Tao ancestor to suppress the destiny of the Western sect. The 3 of them were stronger than the other. Feng Zichen did not dare to provoke them. He extinguished the unrealistic fantasy in his heart and looked at the 12th stage white lotus of purification in the spirit spring. It was better to have a bird in hand than 10 in the forest. He had to get the spiritual treasure in front of him first. Why was he thinking so much? In the spirit spring, apart from the 12th stage white lotus of purification, there were 3 9th stage white lotuses of purification, which were superior grade connate spiritual treasures, 9 6th stage white lotuses of purification, which were middle grade connate spiritual treasures, and 36 3rd stage white lotuses of purification, which were inferior grade connate spiritual treasures. The white lotus of purification was not only a supreme grade connate spiritual treasure, but also a supreme grade connate spiritual root. The white lotus of purification was formed by its lotus seeds. However, the fruits of the connate spiritual root always had better effects as they grew. Since the white lotus of purification had produced so many connate spiritual treasures, the lotus seeds it produced in the future could only form connate spiritual treasures. This was still the effect of the divine water of chaos. Otherwise, it would be a problem whether the white lotus of purification could produce lotus seeds in the future. That's right, the spirit spring was also a treasure. Its spring water was the legendary divine water of chaos, which contained boundless power of creation. That was why the white lotus could produce so many connate spiritual treasures without damaging its origin power. Moreover, the chaotic primordial chi on the island also permeated from it. After obtaining so many connate spiritual treasures at once, Feng Zichen was so excited that he almost screamed. After a long while, calmness was restored. Stepping into the spirit spring, Feng Zichen walked toward the 12th stage white lotus of purification. He planned to refine the spiritual treasure first before exploring the situation of the other 2 fairy islands. Chapter 25. In the Chaos Spirit Spring, Feng Zichen sat cross-legged. His yang spirit entered the 12th grade white lotus of purification to refine the divine seal. Entering the white lotus of purification, he saw a vast expanse of whiteness, filled with extremely dense divine qi. In the depths of the space, 44 innate divine seals crisscrossed, evolving the great Tao. As expected of a chaos supreme treasure, there are 44 innate divine seals, only 2 away from an innate treasure. Standing in front of the divine seal, Feng Zichen exclaimed. Without hesitation, he mobilized the Hongmeng Qi and began to try to refine the divine seal in front of him. In an instant, all kinds of insights about the Tao of purification appeared in Feng Zichen's mind, making him fall into a state of enlightenment. 3 years later, Feng Zichen gave up on refining the divine seal. He walked out of the white lotus of purification with a helpless expression and returned to his original body. After all, his strength was too low. In 3 years, he had only refined 4 innate divine seals. When facing the 5th innate divine seal, no matter what he did, he couldn't shake it at all. Therefore, Feng Zichen returned to his original body and planned to improve his cultivation before refining it. After all, the cultivation of an earth immortal was indeed a little low. It was time to advance to the sky immortal realm. After the yang spirit returned to his original body, Feng Zichen no longer suppressed his strength. Gods appeared in his body, and the mighty Hongmeng Qi gushed out, turning into an octagonal, purple star, the Ziwei star. This was the phantom of the Ziwei star that Feng Zichen evolved with the Qi of Hongmeng. In the boundless starry sky, the Ziwei star seemed to sense the existence of the phantom and quietly dropped a wisp of origin Qi into the phantom. With the help of the Ziwei star's origin Qi, the phantom instantly solidified. The Tao of stars and the Tao of Hongmeng alternated, helping Feng Zichen to break through to the sky immortal realm. Cultivation knew no time. 100 years passed in a flash. Feng Zichen, who was in the middle of cultivation, suddenly trembled and turned into a ball of Hongmeng Qi that rushed towards his sun spirit. Above the sun god, innate Tao patterns shone brightly, absorbing all of the nebulous primordial qi. Moments later, the innate Tao patterns flashed and turned into star god. They connected with Zhouxing and guided the starlight in the sky to form the meridians and apertures of the yang god. Compared to the previous star gods, the newly born star gods had even more divine might. Their innate aura was even denser, and the aura of the great Tao permeated the air. With the success of meridians condensation and apertures sculpting, wisps of star origin fell into Feng Zichen's yang spirit. After that, the yang spirit used the origin of the stars as the foundation to derive the internal organs, bones, meridians, flesh, blood, and hair to reconstruct the physical body. At that moment, a beam of spiritual light flew out from Feng Zichen's yang spirit. It shone brightly in the air and gave birth to an innate true spirit that looked exactly like Feng Zichen. His body was reconstructed and his true spirit was born. At this point, Feng Zichen no longer had any Houtian aura. He had completely transformed into a connate lifeform. A wave of pressure that belonged to a sky immortal was released from his body. It was as if the great Tao was humming. In a trance, Feng Zichen came to a mysterious place. 49 layers of the void appeared above his head. Each layer had countless connate great Tao manifested within it. Each layer was more mysterious than the last. In the 9th layer of the void, a Tao fruit shone with a mysterious light. Endless Tao appeared from it, attracting Feng Zichen's mind. Xian immortal Tao fruit? Inexplicably, information about the Tao fruit appeared in his heart. When he stepped into the 9th layer of the void and obtained the Tao fruit, he would become a Xian immortal. Above the 9th layer of the void, in the 18th layer of the void, there was a beam of immortal Tao light flashing. It was the golden immortal Tao fruit. In the 27th layer of the void, the radiance of the great Tao shone in all directions. It was the Tai Tao fruit. In the 36th layer of the void, the Tao light was dazzling. It transcended all things and emitted an immortal aura. It was the Daluo Tao fruit. After that, Feng Zichen could no longer see. This is the heavenly Tao void. After Feng Zichen broke through, he was favored by the heavenly Tao and opened up a path for him. Cultivation after Sky Immortal is to confirm one's Tao in the heavenly Tao void. After being enlightened by the heavenly Tao, Feng Zichen understood the path after Sky Immortal. In each layer of the void, he imprinted his own great Tao. After crossing layers of the void, his cultivation level rose layer by layer until he entered the core of the heavenly Tao void and controlled the origin of the heavenly Tao. He would become a saint that was untainted by karma, and indestructible. Rumble! In the sky above Penglai Island, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. A violent gust of wind rose, and pitch-black clouds covered the entire sky. Golden lightning interweaved within, and thunder rumbled incessantly. The 99 heavenly tribulations, Feng Zichen's immortal ascension tribulation, had arrived. Without any probing, without giving Feng Zichen a chance to prepare, 81 thunderbolts fell together and blasted towards him. With a curl of his finger, the starlight in the sky fell, forming a green sword light that slashed towards the thunderbolts. The green sword light was like an azure dragon, clear and indistinct. It was neither near nor far, and had endless hidden changes. In just a moment, the heavenly tribulation was shattered and turned into pure connate qi, which was absorbed by Feng Zichen. After becoming a sky immortal, Feng Zichen's connection with the Emperor Star had deepened, and his understanding of the Tao of the stars had also deepened. With a thought, he could guide the starlight in the sky and transform it into hundreds of forms, no longer needing to borrow the power of the star god in his body. He pointed at the tribulation clouds in the sky that had yet to disperse, and the tribulation clouds suddenly moved, surging towards Feng Zichen and being refined into his body. Shifting the stars, This was a skill that Feng Zichen spontaneously learned after becoming a sky immortal. It could shift all things in the universe and change their positions. Then, the rebels could kill their bodies and destroy their origin energy, but they could still live. It could also control the stars, rotate the sun and moon, and even reverse day and night, controlling the order of time. Even the universe could be shifted, let alone a mere immortal ascension tribulation. Extracting a trace of Khanate thunder essence from the tribulation clouds, Feng Zichen merged it into the 10,000 elephant divine lightning, increasing its power. Then, he walked towards the 12th grade white lotus of purification. Now that he was a sky immortal, he could probably refine many Khanate divine seals. Suddenly, a clear light shone from afar, and the celestial music of the great Tao could be heard. Clear spiritual qi overflowed, turning the place into a paradise. Such a wonderful scene attracted Feng Zichen's curiosity. Could it be that some treasure was born? After a moment of hesitation, he rushed towards the source of the clear light. Since the white lotus of purification was already in his hands, and the Khanate divine seals could not be refined in a short time, he might as well go and see what it was that caused such a commotion. In the valley, spiritual herbs were everywhere. Different from the outside world, this place was filled with rich Khanate spiritual qi instead of Khanate qi. Khanate spiritual qi was the Khanate clear spiritual qi, which usually only existed in the heaven realm and was hard to find in the eldritch wilderness. As he went deeper, a ball of clear light floated quietly in the depths of the valley. It was covered with talisman scripts of the great Tao, describing the Tao of 9 heavens clear spiritual qi. The Khanate spiritual qi in the surroundings was emitted from it. Khanate clear spiritual qi origin? Why is there such an item here? Seeing this item, Feng Zichen was shocked. He was even more excited than when he saw the 12th grade white lotus of purification. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.